Welcome everyone. Thanks very much for joining us in the first of a series of workshops where we want to focus on collaborative work on digital identity in South Africa. So my name is Meryl Ford. I'm the facilitator of the South African National Blockchain Alliance, also known as SANBA. I'm based at the CSIR. I'm a digital transformation specialist at the Center for Robotics and Future Production. The session is jointly brought to you by SANBA, the South African Financial Blockchain Consortium, and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in South Africa. I'm going to do a quick presentation to everyone. I hope everyone can see. So as I said, we're focusing on this session is demystifying digital identity. So kind of getting everyone up to speed about, what's happening in the world, what the concepts are, etc., etc. So just a few housekeeping guides, please. Mic off and video off unless you're speaking. We have Q&A sessions in the program. So you're welcome to put some questions in the chat area, and obviously we're not going to get to all of them, but what we can do is we can actually send a list of questions and a list of answers from our experts. I'm happy to kind of just email through some of the answers to the questions if we don't get to all of them. And if you want to ask a question verbally in the Q&A session, you can raise your hand. And then, each speaker will present their own slides. So that's just some basic housekeeping guidelines. The program, as you can see, it's really quite a busy program. We're hoping to get through all of it by 1 o'clock. We just wanted to try and cover as much of what's happening in South Africa, what's happening in Africa, and what's happening in the rest of the world as possible, just to get everyone up to speed. And the main aim for me anyway, from SANBA's side and as a citizen of the country is, how do we move from this, very much paper-based, lots of long lines and queues and etc. How do we move from this to something like this, where you have your digital identity in the palm of your hand, very secure, very easy to use, accessible by everyone in the country, where you can store things like your birth certificate, your digital ID, various health certificates, your COVID vaccination certificate, for example, other types of health information that's private and secure. With regard to transport, maybe you want to have your driver's license in your wallet as well. Education, your degree, any certificates, any certifications you earn, etc., etc. I mean, I see this even as an opportunity to kind of store your tickets, your bus tickets, your train tickets, etc. And use it to buy these tickets as well. And then obviously the standard things like FICA and RICA that you need for banks and for cell phone ownership, etc. So this is, I think, where we're moving to as a country. Yeah, and that's me. I'd like to hand over to Narushka, who's going to be facilitating the session going forward. I'm going to stop sharing and switch my video off. Narushka, over to you.
Thanks so much, Meryl, for the intro. So just so that everyone on the call knows, I'm actually a real enthusiast in this digital identity space. I've been looking at it for the last 4 years. I've also tried to get my hands dirty in this space and learned a lot of things. So I'm really excited to hear what our speakers have to share with us today, as it will give me and others on this call a good idea of what's happening within South Africa at the moment, both from a legislative point of view, and from the different types of initiatives that are on the way. And I also hope that you will really get to understand the amount of convenience that a digital identity solution could give us, and in my opinion, eliminate a whole lot of admin from my life. But without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the virtual stage from the Department of Home Affairs, the Deputy General Director of Institutional Planning and Support, Mr. Thulani Mavuso. Mr. Mavuso will share with us the role of the Department of Home Affairs as a custodian of identity management in South Africa, as well as the draft official identity management policy. So over to you, Mr. Mavuso. Thank you so much for taking time to join us today and share this information with us.
Thank you very much. I'll just show my face for a minute. I must say that there's so much to share, so little time, but I think we will continue in the future to have some of these engagements. So basically what I'd like to share is a few initiatives that we are currently dealing with in the department to deal with the issues of digitizing our processes. So the presentation will just focus on the scope of the policy, which is the official identity management policy, and some of the policy strategic interventions, and then also the roadmap. So I'll start actually with the roadmap, and then and come back to the policy itself. So basically what we did is that in December 2020, we had gazetted the official identity management policy for public comments. So there's a process that we got approval from the minister, and then obviously there's a process around consultation with NETLEC. Where we are is that we are consulting with different clusters within government on the official identity management policy. So basically this policy, if someone, can we mute because there's an echo? So the official identity policy lays a foundation for repositioning the department as a sole provider of official identity and status services for citizens and non-citizens who reside in the country, but also it will strengthen our effort as a department in improving the quality and security of personal information that is hosted by the department in a number of databases, which include the National Population Register, your Home Affairs National Identity System, your National Immigration Information Services System, your Movement Control Systems. So the current of the systems that we have, they are fragmented and do not obviously enable a single view of a client. So what we are trying to do is to move towards that. So in order also to safeguard personal information of citizens, we are introducing some reforms in our policies. These include obviously the Amendment of Identification Act of 1997, the Alteration of Sex Description and Sex Status Act of 2003, to ensure that they are in line with the Constitution and the protection of personal information. Principles that will be identity legislation include obvious issues of human dignity, non-discrimination, equal treatment of all persons, irrespective of race, sex orientation, gender, religion, and culture. Also, the legislation will further affirm the right to privacy by establishing a protection regime for citizens and residents' personal information. Sorry, someone has just thrown me out. I took control and threw my presentation out. Okay, are you able to see the presentation again?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so what we're then doing in terms of the scope of this official identity policy is that one, the integration of our information management systems is quite critical. We are moving towards a national identity system, which will enable a single view of a person and interface with other government and private sector identity management system to enable e-government and e-commerce. We envisage that the national identity system will enable the tracking of the movement and transactions undertaken by migrants, especially those who have overstayed in the country. Furthermore, our modernization and integration of the system means that we will be introducing the automated biometric identification systems, which will enable for us to capture more biometrics, because currently our harness system only records 2 biometrics, which is the photo and fingerprints. The ABS obvious will record at least 5 biometrics, which is a fingerprint, palm print, facial, iris, and photo recognition. So what we're going to be doing is that once that system is enrolled, we are going to activate a number of applications. For an example, the Cape Town International, we have installed the e-gates. Currently, they are working with the fingerprint. Obviously, once you have an ABS, you can be able to do facial recognition. So in future, that will also enable the capturing of the DNA biometric and also a child footprint in that system, because we want to secure the identity of children very early. So a quick one on the first policy intervention is the inclusive population registration. I've talked about it in terms of the current situation. That the Identification Act makes provision for compiling the population register of citizens and permanent residents, while South Africa has made strides to ensure that no one is left without a legal record. There are still people who remain undocumented or documented. So where we are in terms of policy proposals, that every birth that takes place in the country must be recorded. This will include obvious capturing of the biometrics, and that the records of all vital births, including non-citizens, would need to be recorded in the National Population Register. That's the first part. The second policy intervention is around the integration of systems. I've talked about it in the previous slide, but I just want to do a bit of a demonstration to say what do we mean with this. In terms of identity management, if we look at that graphic representation of a biometric hand, you are then say you want to create a system where all persons in the Republic are captured in one class, be it people who are here as refugees, be it people who are South Africans by birth, by naturalization, in one database, because multiple databases also create challenges in terms of interfaces, but also over and above that, multiple databases, you have a situation in this country where someone would have arrived as an asylum seeker. They are captured in the National Immigration Identification System, and then later stage, someone register images somewhere in KZN and say, I'm making registration of birth, only to pick up that late that actually this was the very same person who arrived as an asylum seeker. So the national identity system therefore ensure that we utilize it for digital identity. We utilize it for issuance of smart cards, birth, marriages, but the most critical part is the interfaces with trusted businesses and the interfaces with government departments or entities. Currently, we have a lot of interaction with businesses and government departments. For an example, the insurance industry, I think, used to be, challenged with a lot of fraudulent claims. Currently, they are able to reduce those because they are able to interface with the Department of Home Affairs on the spot in relation to verifying whether the claim are authentic of the fraudulent transactions, because we are able to give them that authentication of the client. PC, they're able to allow people to register businesses, the social grants, they are all interfacing. So what the national identity system will do is that it will also help with the management of migration. Because if you look at the red arrow there, it says we have a new biometric movement control system, which is called a BMCS. This is a system we're going to be using at the ports of entry, where we are capturing the biometrics of visitors as they arrive. And those biometrics must be pushed into the NIS to ensure that we don't miss any person who's in the country in terms of their biometrics. But also we are ensuring that we manage the migration from offshore in the border and domestically. Offshore, we've got what we call liaison officers, where we are interacting with all the aircrafts before they leave the point of embarkation. All the passenger lists since 2010, we were able to verify everybody on board before they leave through our advanced passenger processing system. We are able to ensure that people who are on board that desirable. That's why when people arrive in the country, we would have checked them at the point of embarkation. Secondly, we're managing migration offshore through the issuance of visas in the foreign missions. Now we are actually enabling the e-visa, because the e-visa will be labeled, but in the biometric movement control system. So once a person lands at the airport, we're able to pick that up. So really, I thought I should just indicate this particular slide, which is quite critical for us. And also just to demonstrate Home Affairs as a critical enabler of e-commerce and e-government, to ensure that, one, we utilize digital identity for the production of a voter's roll through the IEC, the payment of social grants, as I've talked about, the healthcare, the tax, and other related activities. So Home Affairs has got to be at the center of enabling e-government and enabling e-commerce. The next part of our policy is around the reconfiguration of our ID. As you know, that our ID, as it currently configured, is a 10-digit ID number. Also, the 7 digits on the ID number is what we call a gender marker that indicates whether the person is a female or a male. 0 to 4 holder means that the ID holder is a female, and then 5 to 9 it says the ID holder is a male. There's been some contentious issues with people who are non-binary or transgender persons. So what we are proposing is that in order to accommodate non-binary and transgender and intersex persons, it is recommended that an alternative digit or letter X be used as a gender marker for the persons of non-binary. For non-binary persons. So that's one of the proposals in the new official identity management policy. And then obviously we're also raising the issue on the legal age of ID, because what we did a few years ago with CSIR, we did a study on the issue of the minutiae on the fingerprint, whether as a child grows, the patterns on the minutiae of the fingerprint, they actually change. What the study discovered is that actually it doesn't change, but it grows. The patterns remain the same. So we're saying we want to, in order to protect the identity theft, we want to bring the legal age for ID documents to be lower to 10 years. And then the other intervention is around the issue of death registration. We have people in this country in far-flung rural areas and other areas where they get buried without death registration in some instances. And when we run data on our population register, I find that there are a lot of people who have reached 100 and odd years, but those people are normal. But because the death was not registered, because it actually was not compulsory, we want to ensure that every death of citizen and non-citizen that takes place in the Republic must be registered on the population register in order for us to have the data that is credible. So with that, thank you very much. I thought I must try and be as brief as possible and finish at least a minute before the time allocated. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Mavuso, for quite a quick, comprehensive walkthrough of what Home Affairs is doing with respect to the official ID management policy, as well as the initiatives that are on the way. This is really promising, so thanks so much for taking time to share this with us. This definitely lays the critical foundation for the golden source for identity in South Africa, being with Home Affairs. Our next speaker is Mr. Imran Patel, who is the Deputy Director General of Social Economic Innovation Partnerships from the Department of Science and Innovation. Mr. Patel will be shedding some light on blockchain in the context of the foundational digital capabilities approach. So over to you, Mr. Patel.
Thanks to everyone attending on the Teams platform and those that are watching on the YouTube. On YouTube, I'm told by my daughter, not on the YouTube. You can see my age. I want to also be as brief as Tulani. In fact, I was willing to give him 5 minutes of my time, because I think it's more listening to the detailed presentations on where we are. In light of the kind of objective to put on the table what is happening in the country so that we can, as a partnership between government and industry and research agencies, etc., we can look at how we strengthen cooperation and advance things. I want to just highlight three issues. Firstly, I want to recognize both SANBA and the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, South Africa, who are co-hosting this. In both instances, the DSI kind of assisted in giving birth to these institutions. But in both cases, they're not DSI institutions. They are meant to be multi-stakeholder institutions where people can come together and in ways that are mutually beneficial to look at how we advance particular areas of focus. So on SANBA, we've made significant progress in that regard. Today's workshop is evident of that, the ability to mobilize a whole range of communities. What Meryl would have indicated before in SANBA presentations was that there was a kind of a diagram, a circular diagram of different things that are required to enhance the effective and use of distributed ledger technologies for social impact groups. So because the interest is not just the technologies, but the application of those technologies. And there were different areas, policy, research, education, demonstration, etc. And in the initial days of SANBA, all of this needed to be done. But I think as the SANBA has kind of matured and materialized, it allows the DSI to focus on what is its core mandate. And that's where I will speak to in my third point around the foundational digital capabilities work. So on that basis, I'm glad to hear this progress so that we can then identify ways that we can best support efforts in the effective use of this technology as well as other transformational technologies. And then very importantly, I mean, the kind of issues that Thulani raised and others are raising, etc., and what we're seeing globally around identity and privacy and the fact that we have the POPIA Act, etc., there's a lot to think about in terms of what we call technology governance. And hopefully today's engagement will also begin to signal the kind of areas that we need to really think through more deeply and formulate collective responses to the area of technology governance. And that's where the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution comes in, and hopefully will become a platform for some of that work to be done in a deep and detailed way, taking into account a whole range of developments. So the 2 points that I want to end on, one is that there's the department released the white paper on science, technology, and innovation in 2019. And the intention of that white paper, as compared to the 1996 white paper, was to actually acknowledge significant changes that had happened in the last 20 years around the areas of interest and focus, and digital technologies was clearly, if you read the 1996 white paper, so much has changed and it needed to be upgraded. We were dealing with the concept of convergence of physical, biological and digital technologies, etc., and we needed to take this into account. But the white paper also took into account that over the last 20 years, there has been a significant shift in the way in which technology and innovation have become core, a lot more core, to government operations, private sector operations, etc. And you can see it in the kind of presentation that Thulani made, etc. The big challenges are about how to effectively enhance, implement particular policies on the basis of relevant, appropriate technologies, and also understanding that those technologies have their own challenges. So increasingly, the application of technology areas like blockchain or digital identity will be run and is being run by the relevant government department who's responsible for that, whether it's water technologies, etc. So as part of the white paper process, there's been a lot of effort over the last 2 years since that to develop partnerships where we're working towards the same kind of objective. And that's where the final point I want to make, this whole concept of the foundational digital capabilities comes into play, and the team driving that work is on this call and will be able to share a lot more. Part of what we need to be doing across all areas is to target our capability development in those areas where we know that there will be take up around applications. And so we understand that in these areas like blockchain, etc., there's a whole range of capabilities that are required. It's not just hardcore R&D or technology. It's also being able to use technology, evaluating technologies that come from other places, understanding where certain technologies are going to, etc. And increasingly what we're wanting to do is to target the resources that we have where all government departments are facing these cuts, and target it a lot more on developing those capabilities that we know will find application. Whether it's is part of our digital identity management policy framework, or whether it's part of our water and sanitation framework, or biohealth, where our health system is going to, etc. And that partnership is really maturing very, very well. And I think Home Affairs has written to us, and we can see that partnership between ourselves. So the focus then is not only to look at what government requires in terms of core capabilities, deep capabilities in the form of the whole range of skills, whether it's PhDs and masters, etc., is to develop that so that we know that they address the needs of stakeholders like yourself, not only government stakeholders, and that's why we're glad to see that there's a number of presentations, but we'd also like to partner with the private sector to say, yes, we know you require certain capabilities for your application work. You need that. If you don't get it from South Africa, you get it overseas, and we have very good experience around this in the mineral space, where we were told by industry who came to us at one point in time to say, actually, we want to use South African high-level skills and capabilities, but it doesn't exist. It's been weakened. We've lost it. So we go to Johnson Matthey, or we go to the Australians to get this capability. And through that process, we set up a partnership called SAMRI, where we jointly identify where is it that we require deep capability, and jointly support that deep capability, because we understand that individually you're not able to do that, but in partnership, and if you read the kind of ways that even the UK and the US are thinking about it, it's that partnership where we then can really direct our funding and investment to building the deep capabilities we require, and that then partners can draw on that capability, so that when we train a PhD, we know that that PhD will find a position or work in the national system of innovation, whether it's in to support the Department of Home Affairs' digital identity work, or whether it's to support work in private sector organizations like banks or industries, etc. So the intention of the foundational digital capabilities work is to shift towards that building of deep capability, and in order to develop the deep capability, sessions like today's help, because it then signals to people like Meryl, who we've been working with, who can then come back to us to say, you know, that particular technological area was raised very strongly. We don't have the capabilities. Can we think about setting up a targeted research program or a targeted human capital development program? And then we would say, fine, let's go ahead and do it. Who are our likely partners from the private sector who would want to co-invest with us in the building of that foundational digital capabilities? Which are the universities that are keen to build that capability? Let's then see how we can bring these resources together in that way. So that's the message we wanted to send. It's good to see the application areas, and we're really keen. We want to measure that where we build foundational digital capabilities, we are able to turn back to the nation and say, you in fact help us to build that capability, and here is how it's being taken up in industry, in government, etc., which then allows us to invest more in building deep scientific capabilities across the whole range of areas. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Mr. Patel, for sharing with us some of the work being done. And I think the 3 points I take out from all that you said is, you know, you've really highlighted that the C4IR will be able to participate in this initiative going forward in, you know, in the technology governance side, which is definitely something we find is required, and it will be really good to collaborate on that. You also highlighted the importance of partnerships and working towards the same objectives. And, you know, thanks to Meryl and team for really bringing this workshop together today to help us understand what's happening in this space as a first step. And then the third point in terms of deep capability, which is skills, it is one of the things I found lacking in the digital identity space when I started 4 years ago. And I can see that the skills are being developed, but you know, it's still a slow take up. So definitely 3 things that your team can help us with as we move forward with this initiative. So thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Patel. We really appreciate your time. So to get a view from both public and private sectors, we invited Mr. Ian Putter, who is head of the blockchain COE at Standard Bank, to inform us of the importance of digital identity in the financial sector. So thanks so much for joining us, Mr. Putter. Over to you. I think you're on mute.
Spoke for about 20 seconds. So thanks, Anushka. And thanks for the opportunity. Yes, I'm going to give a broad background of what we're doing and why identity is so important for the financial services industry. I'm not going to do a presentation, but I'm quickly going to talk through because I'm the head of blockchain at Standard Bank, I'll focus more on the distributed ledger technology blockchain focus. So as I've heard this morning, and as you've all mentioned, identity has been a key focus in the distributed ledger technology or blockchain use cases for the past 6 years, since I started looking at it. Obviously, it could have been a lot longer, but consistently is seen as very viable, and financial services explore this around the world. So I'm involved with quite a lot of global financial services organizations, and virtually everyone is looking at self-sovereign identity or digital identity solutions. And I read a book 2 years ago of John Best, Digital Gridlock. I don't know if you've ever read that, but he said over the next few years, cloud, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and identity will disrupt financial services. And the biggest thing for us as financial services is in this digitization journey over the last few years, and we are focusing to become platform businesses. There's just so many things: cloud, identity, decentralized bond exchanges, DeFi. What do you focus on? And the whole time, identity was standing out as the cornerstone of what actually needs to be done over the next few years, also from a government perspective and a financial services industry, and many industries experience this, to make sure that what we all have experienced, slow governance processes, manual processes, going to banks that function in silos. If you look at a bank ecosystem, we typically have many different businesses in our existing ecosystems, and that's vehicle asset finance, retail, commercial, corporate investment, insurance businesses. And if your identity across those businesses are done in silos, you can just imagine the problem from a financial services organization to look at a universal customer view from a regulatory, accounting, and a reporting perspective, because reporting on universal customers is becoming very, very important, also from a data monetization and understanding perspective. So the fact that you've got all these customers and you've got all these account numbers, if you can create an identity in the future where this becomes the account, so all the different transactions that you're doing with the customers linked to the identity, as opposed to having multiple accounts. So that for us is a key focus as a bank. And coupled with that is that anti-money laundering and KYC software, over the last 5 years, the software costs grew at 16% per annum. So you can see that those software costs are becoming more and more expensive, and that those costs goes directly or attributed, at the end of the day, the customers are picking it up, which makes banking expensive. And that's why we've got to look at providing these identity ecosystems or platforms where we really can tokenize the identity of customers to create value for them and for us, to not consistently redo this identity and KYC processes, and to have a valuable asset that's independently verified that they can also use for other purposes. And for us as a bank, it's important from a cross-border perspective. You can imagine cross-border payments, FX, tracking and tracing, transparency, all those things add up to the ultimate costs. But always at the center of all these, from terrorist financing and anti-money laundering perspective, is to track the identity and to know that you can trust the customer, and ultimately to link transactions to that identity. That is why distributed ledger technology and digital identity, self-sovereign identity, is becoming a crucial point for us. Also, if you look at DeFi and if you look at non-fungible tokens, that's growing rapidly these days, where wealth and other customers are starting to look at alternative investments. And you can only grow a platform business if you have the ability to not have a siloed identity solution. What's also driving us is the fact that fintechs, many IT companies, governments, everybody's looking at identity. So it is really, and if I say identity, I mean self-sovereign identity. Because the thing is, you've got to be able, if you're moving towards a platform business and you really want to focus on inclusive banking and you want to build close to zero cost identity capabilities, you've got to focus on the fact that the world we're moving towards is going to be one where you get human to human interaction, human to machine interaction, and machine to machine interaction. And we're working with AWS and Azure, and we're working with Adira, quite a few companies globally, or foundations. And they all agree that at the cornerstone, even of a successful payment system, is a self-sovereign identity solution that can support that. So all blockchain ecosystems depends on being able to trust the identity in real time. And when you're starting to do machine to machine, and when you have utilities that can perform this function for you in the future, as opposed to you running through all these processes, you've got to look beyond merely modernizing automation of processes and look at the future that you want to build for and design for, because that's going to be very, very important for us. So the big thing, what I also picked up today for us as a financial services organization, to get these ecosystems to grow, is the ability to partner. The thing is, you will not build a self-sovereign identity ecosystem on your own. But I think because banks have been seen as trust providers, and we are quite important in this whole ecosystem, for us to leverage off that while we're moving towards this new proactive world. The fourth industrial revolution is moving everything from being retrospective and reconciled to being proactively validated. And that's where distributed ledger technology and blockchains playing a fundamental role. I don't think a lot of people realize the paradigm shift that's happening. A lot of people saying it's a technology that's looking for, it's a solution that's looking for a problem. However, it's a paradigm shift. It's the nice or the great thing about distributed ledger technology and blockchain is that it functions cross industry. So for us to partner on identity with medical corporations, we're partnering with governments, we're partnering with Adira, Algorand, we're looking at all the blockchain, Hyperledger Fabric, R3 Corda, all of them's got self-sovereign identity solutions. Even we've worked, I see I think it's Luana's on the call, we're working with multiple people and multiple parties. And this is only going to be built in a collaborative, co-creative manner. And I think at the end of the day, the great benefit, if we can create this, firstly, it's going to resolve a lot of internal, and even for Standard Bank, we've got lots of legal entities. If we can resolve all those issues, it will have great benefits for tax, VAT, tax traceability. We've created the blockchain, we've started the Blockchain Research Institute Africa with Don and Alex Tapscott, and I invite all of you to participate on that, to help us to collaborate across Africa. And we've started talking to guys in Nigeria, obviously working with lots of people in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, to name a few. And all of them, and this is different corporations, so it's not necessarily only financial services organizations, are very, very interested. If you look at the free trade agreement in Africa, the benefit to move things cross-border, identity is going to be a very important building block or cornerstone in commoditizing or tokenizing commodities, agricultural products. You always come back to identity. So to establish that and to make sure that you can have real-time trust, and when you start really utilizing the machines to talk to each other and human to human, peer-to-peer type transactions, importers, financial services, logistics companies. All those identities are vital. And the thing is, you cannot consistently, even if you go to a hospital, if you look at COVID, every time there's forms, you've got to tick boxes, you've got to fill in things with a pen. And we're living in this environment where COVID in South Africa is a serious inhibitor for working with pens and paper and being close to people, regardless if you're wearing a mask. So digital or self-sovereign identity in future is going to be a must for a lot of us, and it's going to help us. Estimates in the UK, just to give you another angle, I spoke about the costs on one side. In the UK, they estimated that, and you guys are probably aware of this, that self-sovereign identity solution will, by 2025, result in annual savings of £200 million a year. And I met with guys from India yesterday that said in India that will be about 4 times. In Africa, it could be 3 times that savings. So that's unbelievable if you look at that from a banking perspective, looking at our cost to income ratios. And that could facilitate inclusive banking. It could bank the unbanked and the underbanked. And if you look at the next gen blockchains, sorry that I'm not marketing it here. We're just working closely with them at this stage. It's costing 1.5 cents per transaction, South African cents, on that technology solution, and it's very secure. And if you can enable people, can you imagine the inclusive enabling people to have that kind of identity, the growth that you could support in Africa? But I do think it's going to, from a continental perspective, we've got to work together almost as a continent. In South Africa, we've all don't have a choice but to work together. So the thing is, if you look at those costs, and one of the developers we've got in Standard Bank's also working on Germany is working on a SSI solution. I know the European Union is looking at one. And basically all the banks that I work with in the US is working on self-sovereign identity solutions. So the benefit of those is, as I said, you can get this. You're actually creating benefits. You are a customer of the solution, even as a bank, and your customers are also customers of the solution. So at the end, it's benefits to all if you can create this kind of solution. And I think banks, at a minimum, also need to start looking at this together, similar to Project Coca 2, where we're working on central bank digital currencies, and we're working on the tokenizing financial instruments. If you see how distributed ledger technology are integrating all the processes of financial instruments, issuance, auctioning, pricing, they all integrated into this token that's managed by a smart contract. The same is true for identity. It's just another asset that can be transferred utilizing this new Web3 technology. So for me, that is the key points that I wanted to raise. I think I haven't mentioned everything, but I think I'm very close to being to 15 minutes. The last point that I want to raise is, imagine if in this governance, this utility from a government perspective, if you look at Standard Bank, we typically, we've got vehicle asset finance, so we could look at licenses, driving licenses, vehicle licenses. We look at passports, identification. COVID passports are going to become important. And I think Meryl mentioned that at the beginning. And for every single thing, if you look at my wallet, it's just thick with all the stuff that I'm carrying around to prove that I am who I am. And if we can integrate all this and link it to identity, I think it will be a fantastic solution for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for sharing all of the thinking and initiatives that Standard Bank has going on, Mr. Potter. That really made me smile a lot. Firstly, to know that you've highlighted digital identity as an enabler to driving much value to the customer, and I love the fact that you brought that into your talk. That trusted identity is not just for people, but also for things and machines. And you've also stressed that, partnering to build the SSI ecosystem is something that's important. And all of the trust providers today, like banks, like DHA, and any other entity that may be able to provide some trust, will be able to participate in that ecosystem and add value. And the biggest smile you brought to my face is the fact that, everyone talks about blockchain is a tool that's looking for a problem to solve. And I love the way you said it. It's not a technology looking for a problem, but it's rather a paradigm shift. So thanks for making my day and weekend. So without further ado, we will be moving on to the next three speakers. I'd like to thank our opening speakers from both government and private sector. You've really set the stage for our learnings today. So our next speaker is Lohan Spies. And I personally view Lohan Spies as South Africa's local expert in self-sovereign identity. Every time I hear from Lohan or speak to Lohan, I learn something new. But what really stands out about Lohan Spies is that he's invested a lot of his time and energy in the South African community as well as in Africa to share the self-sovereign identity dream. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Lohan so that you can also be inspired by everything he has to say. Over to you, Lohan.
Sorry, I just want to get my... Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for the introduction, Anushka. It's appreciated. And I just want to thank Meryl as well for organizing this workshop. This has really been a very, very long dream of mine to get to the point where we can, as an industry, start collaborating on identity. And to give you a brief introduction to myself, my name is Lohan Spies. I've been involved in self-sovereign identity for the past 5 years, really since it started to become a thing back in 2015, 2016. And what I would like to cover today is really the concepts of self-sovereign identity, then give you a brief overview of some of the projects, and then ultimately end up with some of the opportunities available in the self-sovereign identity space. So when we look at the notion of identity, we are all very well versed with the idea that we carry around with us a driver's license in our wallet, or an identity document, or passport, or any paper-based credential. Now, paper-based credentials work very well in person-to-person interactions, but they fail to work effectively when it comes to digital interactions. And from the graph on the screen, you will see that when we utilize paper-based credentials in a digital world, what we actually end up doing is we create a copy of that document in some digital format. We then send it to a receiver, like a bank, for the notion of opening a bank account, as example. And then the bank should then try and verify with whatever mechanism they can, are those documents valid, are they truthful, and are they factual? And what that creates, it creates an enormously expensive verification cost. And the thing is that these documents are furthermore also there's a lot of potential to create fraudulent documents. So what we perceive to be identity today is really around this notion of paper-based credentials that we carry around, and we utilize them to get access to different types of services, or for instance, in a driver's license perspective, to get access to be able to drive on public roads. But the paper-based credential paradigm and why it don't work in the digital world basically creates a lot of problems. And Ian Potter touched on a lot of things that I'll discuss today in my presentation. But one of them is, and one of the biggest ones is, we consistently create a fractured version of our identity every time that we utilize it. And what ends up happening is we have these massive silos of databases within a lot of different enterprises, and each one of these databases contains a piece of our identity information. And as you can see from the slide, each and every one of us have on average around 130 different accounts. So it's very, very difficult to maintain these accounts in a digital world. Another thing that happens is, due to the complexity of usernames and passwords specifically, we basically utilize the same credentials over and over and over. And ultimately, these massive silos of databases creates a very lucrative target for hackers. Just in 2020 alone, 27 data breaches compromised more than 1 billion customer records. Now, this is only what we know from what is publicly being disclosed. The breaching of personal identifiable information happens effectively on a daily basis. We've seen the latest T-Mobile hack, and that is not going to stop. It's going to continue as long as we store information in a siloed database where the user have no control over that information. Once he sends it over to the other side, he basically loses complete control. And we've also seen that corporations utilizes this information from the consumers to actually make enormous amounts of money because they use that information, they broker it, and they sell it off without the user even knowing it's happening. So we need a shift in paradigm. We really need something that is able to work in a digital world, and that is what we call self-sovereign identity. Now, the key difference here is that you will see suddenly from our information being siloed and fractured everywhere, you currently put the user right in the middle of all the interactions. So what happens in the self-sovereign identity world is the information is directly sent to the consumer or the user, and then the user has the ability to decide what he wants to do with that information, whom he wants to share it with, under what terms and conditions. And he basically have full control and authority to control his personal identifiable information and to decide what he wants to do with it, to get access to different types of services, etc. The user also then becomes a single source of truth because all the information aggregates around every single individual instead of the information being fractured across the whole ecosystem. And if you look at how this actually enables a much more seamless and frictionless environment, if you look at the previous example where, for instance, a paper-based document is sent to a bank where they need to have this very, very expensive mechanism of verifying that that information is truthful, we can now suddenly, within seconds, take the information that we regard as paper-based credentials, like a driver's license or identity card in your wallet. In self-sovereign identity world, you get that in a digital format that you can send to a bank. The bank can then, through mathematical verifications, verify within seconds or milliseconds that that information is true and factual, and it actually came from the issuers like a government agency, an employer, or a credit bureau. This significantly reduces the verification time. It reduces the verification cost significantly. And it effectively allows us to take the paper-based credentials into the digital world in a digital format that allows us to seamlessly share that information to get access to different kinds of services. So the next slide is going to provide you a bit of overview on what's happening around the world. And from a governance perspective, a governance framework perspective, one of the first ones that really came online and that we knew about was the Pan-Canadian Trust Framework. But there are a lot of different projects going on at the moment. We have ID Union in Germany. There's the Digital Identity Initiative in Europe. We have ESIF in the European Union, and there are many, many more. And so Africa basically have been spearheaded initially by the South African Financial Blockchain Consortium. And in the meantime, what happened now is we have an initiative by BankServe where the financial organizations are coming together to say, you know what, how can we actually start implementing and playing around with this technology to enable the banking sector or the financial sector to actually start using identity from a digital perspective, specifically self-sovereign identity. There's a BankServe presentation that will follow a bit later. It will provide a bit more detail. And then if we look around the actual projects, self-sovereign identity is not only talk anymore. We are actually seeing a lot of action, and there's a lot of different projects around the world that are starting to utilize this technology, some of them in proof of concept stage, some of them in production stage. Like Jamie will provide you with a bit more detail regarding the International Air Transport Association, the IATA travel pass as we know it. In South Africa, ABSA is very, very active, and they've been for a very long time in the self-sovereign identity space. I'm busy with a project that I'll provide a bit more background on regarding youth, employment, and education. But as you can see from the slide, it's not theoretical anymore. It's actually starting to become practical, and there's a few production use cases. And in the next few years, it will just get more and more adopted as we actually start utilizing this Web3 decentralized technologies to truly solve the idea of foundational, well, not only foundational, but digital identity in general. So what are the opportunities for SSI? The first thing that we need to understand, and Ian also made notion of this, is that identity, specifically self-sovereign identity, cannot be solved in a single silo. We can't solve it in the financial sector alone. We can't solve it in the health sector alone. Identity, from a self-sovereign identity perspective, really is an ecosystem play. And the reason being that the university is the golden source of information about your education credentials. Just as a telecommunications company is the golden source of information around your mobile number. The same for the banking sector. The bank can provide you with a proof of bank account credential, or they can provide you with a proof of KYC credential. E-government, where in future the DHA can actually issue us with a digital version or a self-sovereign identity version of our passports and identity documents. And the more we actually enable the ecosystem to adopt this technology, the more this technology becomes valuable, because we then start having and providing back to the consumers the ability to actually collate all this information within their own digital identity wallets, and then for them to utilize those credentials to get access to different kinds of services. So, like I've mentioned, and what Ian also mentioned, industry collaboration is key. We all need to work together to solve this. This is not going to be solved by any industry vertical by itself. So public-private partnerships is extremely important, and the aim here is really to develop an identity ecosystem that is standards-based and open protocols, that works on open protocols, to ensure that there's interoperability, not only within the African or South African ecosystem, but actually interoperable from a global perspective. And the more we collaborate, the more we unlock different kinds of use cases. And the more we unlock use cases, the more we will actually drive adoption of self-sovereign identity technology. So collaboration is key. And the path to get there is really to develop this ecosystem of digital identity initiatives within the South African ecosystem. Then another thing that is very close to my heart when it comes to self-sovereign identity is that we in South Africa, we have this perception that we don't have the skill, or we don't have the knowledge, and we need to go elsewhere to get the knowledge and the skills to actually work and implement something like this. The reality is that in South Africa, we actually have an enormous amount of skill. It might not be from a lot of people, but we definitely have a very strong set of skills within the South African ecosystem. And what we will need going forward is that we will really need to develop more technical capabilities around the technology. We will need to start including research in academia, so that we can also start pushing the boundary in what's possible as we adopt and learn more about this technology. Then one of the key things for self-sovereign identity to be adopted is, on the one side, you have the technical solution or the technical capabilities. But hand in hand with the technical capabilities is the requirement for the governance. And the BankServe initiative is already working on some form of the governance, but the reality is we need both. We need the technical side and we need the governance. And once we have both of those, we can really start adopting and implementing this technology at scale across multiple different industry verticals. And then, of course, we will need a lot of international cooperation. We actually have quite a few international speakers on the call today, and they'll provide you some insights around what they are doing from a global perspective as well. So the key principles for us to really focus on when we are looking at self-sovereign identity and how to achieve the goals is, number one, openness. It must be open for every and any entity from any industry vertical to join. It should not be a closed-off ecosystem. It should not be a specific to one industry vertical. And that is where neutrality comes in. Neutrality means that we can't solve this in only the financial ecosystem. We can't solve it only from a health ecosystem. Neutrality should be that there is an open playing field and everybody should be able to join it, and everybody should actually be able to utilize this technology from a neutral playground perspective. As soon as it is siloed or more, how can I say, more headed to one industry vertical than another, then we're effectively losing this neutrality aspect. Transparency is the third principle, and that's very, very important. And what we will need from a transparency perspective is there will be a lot of open source components that we will need to use. There will need to be transparency around the governance, and there will need to be transparency around what is possible and what we can utilize to actually adopt it from an industry-wide perspective. Then, as in the name self-sovereign identity, sovereignty is extremely important, so that we ensure that data is actually given back to the consumer, and where the consumer then have the self-sovereign capability to control what information is shared with whom. And then the last one is really around co-opetition. We are very, very used to a world where everybody thinks that information that they hold about consumers are a benefit and it gives them leverage over their competition. But in the self-sovereign identity world, we need to be able to collaborate but still be in competition. And that is what we call co-opetition. So it's a very, very important principle for us to achieve the objectives that we want to achieve. So the key industry focus areas is, at the moment, I think e-government is a key one. I'm not 100% sure when government will actually get to a point where they really adopt this technology, but I think this workshop today is really the start, together with government and the public sector, and the public and the private sector, to start collaborating and to start understanding this technology, and ultimately for us to work together utilizing the same technology capabilities. Then the finance sector is, of course, very important. There's already a good project from a BankSurf initiative that are working with all the financial institutions to get that going. Education, health, and then telecommunications. And then one that is very close to my heart is the youth education and employment. Before COVID started, we already had millions of youth that didn't have access to learning opportunities, and neither did they have access to employment opportunities. And since COVID, that number just significantly rose. And it didn't only rise in South Africa, it rose in Africa and most probably globally. Then the three organizations that I've worked with locally that already worked and provided proof of concepts or currently working in self-sovereign identity is ABSA, Old Mutual, and Standard Bank. And then the one project that I'm working with is called YOMA. It is a youth agency marketplace where we provide youth the ability to access learning opportunities, build up a digital verifiable CV, and then to be able to utilize that CV to access earning opportunities. This project, to date, we launched it just over a year ago, and we currently have just under 40,000 youth already utilizing this platform. And this just shows you that this technology is not only, like I said already, theoretical, but it is actually already usable in a way that we can make impact at scale by giving the ability for people to really own their identity and for the identity that they own to actually start working for them. And then I want to close off by just saying, for myself, SSI is really about innovation. It is pushing the boundary from the old world of foundational paper-based credentials into this digital economy, as everything will become digital in the future. It is very important for us all to collaborate, and it is going to create a scenario where we need the notion of co-opetition, where we collaborate but we still compete. But we need to compete on a neutral and a transparent basis. And then ultimately, for me, I think self-sovereign identity is going to be the key to really drive digital transformation in the fourth industrial revolution. And that is all from me. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Wow. Thanks so much, Lohan. You know, every time we engage, you inspire me to continue driving our future world of an improved digital identity. So thanks so much for sharing again. 3 takeouts that I have is, you know, put the person at the center of their identity. The golden source of info was highlighted again, and I think you started on the paradigm shift that some of us were chatting about. And you highlight that collaboration is key. It's not just something for one sector or the public sector to solve. It's for all of us to work together and collaboratively and solve digital identity. So thanks so much for your time, Lohan, and yet again for sharing your amazing work with us. Our next speakers are Max Sokolic. I hope I got that right, Max. Who is a business development manager at Banks of Africa, and Mihir Gandhi, who is a partner in the consulting practice of PwC India. Max plays a role in managing and leading special projects within Banks of Africa, of which one was a FICA project in which Banks of Africa investigated and led an effort to play a central role in the KYC process, which would allow for accountable institutions to validate customer information against golden source data. Max is currently the owner of the Digital Identity Project for Banks of Africa, and is responsible for the coordination of the community discussions and collating these efforts. Max, I really thank you for the effort that you and your team are putting in on this. Thanks so much. And Mihir is working with PwC South Africa Payments Transformation Practice across the rapid payments and digital identity programs. He's providing deep insights and practical learnings from the India and global payment transformation journeys to assist in the South Africa transformation journey. So Max and Mihir will be taking us, talking to us about the identity initiative that is being facilitated within the banking industry, which is also known as Digital Identity, the South African Story. So over to you, Max and Mihir. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Anushka. And thank you to the organizers for allowing us the opportunity to share what we're busy with the community. I'll just bring my presentation up. Yeah, we will be taking you through what we've been busy with the digital identity community in an effort to build the South African story for digital identity. I have my colleague Mihir Gandhi with me. What we'll be taking you through is just the global analogs and then the need for digital identity in South Africa, and then share with you the way forward from the community perspective. So without any further ado, I'll hand over to Mihir to take us through some of the global learnings.
Thanks, Max. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity, and it's great to be here and hear about what all work is being done in the digital ID space in South Africa. I'm based in Mumbai in India, and have been working with the Indian government on the Aadhaar program, which is the digital ID program in India, and working on different use cases. So when we talk about digital identity, what we understand, it has become very, very important and critical, especially when, people don't want to touch, don't want to use use paper-based either currencies or papers to kind of make different transactions. So everything is digital. It has to be verifiable and it needs to be authenticated. So what does digital identity mean? It constitutes a set of electronically captured stored attributes and credentials that can be authenticated to identify a person and indeed confirm that the person is who the person is saying he or she is. There are critical elements of digital identity that we wanted to cover. Lohan did speak to this earlier in his presentation, but I'll quickly also give few examples what we have been seeing from a global perspective. So when we talk about the elements, the digital ID has to be useful. It should be interoperable. It should be universally acceptable in the country. It has to be inclusive. So however large the country is and however big the population is, all of the people, irrespective of the location, the strata, etc., need to be provided a digital ID free of cost. So I think that is really, really important. And we have seen that working pretty well in India, where over a billion, close to a billion, actually over a billion people actually have got digital ID, which took a long period of time, but it has happened over that period. The third element is it has to be secure. It should be trusted. and it cannot be, used by other people, or, the different frauds that happen. It should not, be open for that. The fourth is it should be fit for purpose. So when I say fit for purpose, it can be used and transformed for different use cases, and it has to be, easily, it can be easily used for different situations. And the last is it should offer choice to the customer. So as a citizen, if I want to use my digital ID to do a transaction, I should be allowed to do that. And if I also want to offer other kind of elements to prove my identity, I can also do that. From a use cases perspective, Lohan again did cover this in his presentation. So financial services, e-healthcare, education, e-commerce, travel and real estate, and e-governance are some of the use cases. Let me give you a few examples of some of these, what we have seen globally. So in financial services, if I need to make a payment transaction to any person, I can authenticate myself using the digital ID that I have been provided to open my wallet or account and also make the transaction. So this is something which is very, very common, and we have seen this happening in different parts of the world, in Asia, Europe, and also now in few parts in Africa. The second is e-healthcare. E-healthcare is a very, very important use case. I'll give you a recent example which came about in India. So what happened is, because of the pandemic, all of us are supposed to take the vaccine shots, and the Indian government actually came up with a specific product. This is like not even a month back. It's a new initiative, which is called as e-rupee, where essentially you can, issue a token or a voucher or and send it to the particular beneficiary who is expected to take that vaccine shot. So it can either be issued by the government or by the company or the corporate that wants to give it to their employees. And that token can be used by that beneficiary or citizen to go to any of the hospital centers or where the vaccines are available and give that token, and that token will authenticate the citizen using the digital ID that that person is indeed him or her. And then that is, once it is authenticated, the vaccine is given. So there is no payment that happens, but more it's a digital ID based token that is issued from a healthcare perspective to manage the COVID vaccines in India. So this is the new program that has recently been launched. Education, we did speak about it, and this is again a very important initiative where people can be used and authenticated using digital ID. E-commerce, if you look what's happening in China, right? And when you go to a checkout to make a payment transaction, they don't need your card, they don't need your thumbprint, they don't need a wallet, they don't need your mobile phone. All they need is your face. So you have your biometrics, your eyes, and they authenticate your face, and based on that you can complete the transaction and check out. This is one example that I spoke about, but there are different digital ID examples using biometric and other authentications that can be done across the world. Travel again is an important use case where you can identify yourself using your digital ID credentials, and maybe the need for a passport in few countries, or even going forward for us, will not be there, because everything will be stored on that digital ID voucher or token, which can use to kind of authenticate where you're going and track your entire journey. Real estate is again an important example, because what is happening is, to buy property or sell property or to make land related transactions, the government is now looking at digital ID to authenticate that you are indeed the person who owns that property or who wants to sell off the property. So I think that is pretty good, and we've seen that across the world. E-governance, Rohan did speak to it, so I will not spend much time on it. We just wanted to give some few more examples on India and Estonia. So what we have seen is there are different kind of digital ID models across the world. There can be a centralized ecosystem model, there can be a federated model, which is very, very distributed. There can be a self-sovereign ID model. And we have spoken, the previous speakers in this discussion have spoken about the self-sovereign ID model that South Africa is looking at. But I wanted to also quickly give some examples and nuances of these models. So in India, what has been done is it's a centralized ecosystem model where one entity, which is the Unique Identification Authority of India, has issued the digital ID, manages the digital ID, and also is responsible to, authenticate transactions or requests that come up from the users of the digital ID, be it banks or other ecosystem players, to complete the transaction. So it's a very, very centralized kind of platform where everything is done by the UIDAI, and it's basically taken on that entire responsibility to issue, manage, authenticate, and also make updates as required to the digital ID issued to the citizens. What was the experience? The experience was that it took a period of time of 2 to 3 years, but the UIDAI has not stopped at just giving a digital ID. The good thing is it has created an entire ecosystem of potential transactions based on the use cases that I just explained before. And it is actually, it has introduced different social welfare schemes by tying up with government departments and agencies, and it also manages security, data privacy, etc. So that's a very commendable kind of job it has done in creating an entire ecosystem and not stopping at only issuing and monitoring the digital ID. And it is done for a scalable population of 1.2, 1.3 billion people in India. The other example I wanted to detail a little bit more is on Estonia, where it's a different model. The model is a self-sovereign identity model. It's again based on a blockchain-based platform, which is a different technology compared to what we have in India. And in Estonia, basically, there is a central digital ID operator, which is called as Information System Authority, or RIA. And there are different ID providers which are different from the operator. So the ID providers could be, for example, the Police and Border Guard, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, etc. So it's the operator is different, and the ID providers are different, and the technology that is being used is blockchain. What has worked in the Estonia model is that all of it is on a smartphone, and the smartphone penetration in Estonia is around 70 or even more than that, 70% of the population, which has really helped the adoption of digital ID. Banks were the two largest banks in Estonia were the first ecosystem players that came in and actually gave that impetus to develop use cases and enable the citizens to use the digital ID for performing different financial transactions. So these are some examples that we've seen across the world. I'll just hand it over to Max to dive a bit more deeper into what we are doing in South Africa with BankServe, and that will happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your insights, Mahia. All right, I'd like to just share some of the learnings, and these are just some of the things we've touched on during our journey as a community. And in terms of digital identity and what it'll enable is around authentication, giving us the ability to verify and identify individuals conveniently and securely with a contactless process. Improving reachability, so increasing access to various services and employment opportunities, and enhanced productivity. And of course, driving innovation. I think we heard it from the other speakers as well. Improving efficiency and enabling innovation within the public and private sectors. Some of the benefits that we've seen in terms of the economy is the increase in e-commerce during 2020 by 35%. Allowing the increase in terms of online authentication. 84% of the population is now dependent on public healthcare services, and digitizing these services will certainly improve health provision and generating revenue. And of course, reducing costs and increasing efficiency. The benefits to the citizens, I think we've all been affected since 2020 with the pandemic, and really we've seen the shift to online shopping, and about 80% of our consumers now having access to other payment methods. We also see benefits to government, simplifying and streamlining the administrative processes, seeing about 61% of the population receiving social grants, and digitizing this process will obviously have a huge impact in reducing queues and increasing the access points to not having to for people to get involved publicly. There's also the look at integrated services across government to person and government to business. In terms of the journey walked to date in terms of the community and BankServe Africa, as I think most of you are aware, the South African Financial Blockchain Committee was established in 2016. In 2019, there was a proposal on self-sovereign identity platform related to solutions and prototypes. In April of 2020, BankServe actually submitted a proposal to SASSA just to try and assist with the payment of social grants, the special social grants. In August of 2020, we held our first webinar as BankServe Africa with some of our financial services providers, in which we started to look at use cases and developing the industry participation. This was in a look at creating this collaborative environment that Lohan touched on, bringing all the parties together to have a conversation and creating more conversation through the community. In March of 2021, we held a 2-day workshop in which we unpacked the project charter with the community. And in April, we kicked off with our partners, PwC, unpacking this digital identity story for South Africa. In terms of the project scope to date, we have worked with PwC in designing a framework for the South African digital identity story. And we've been, PwC have supported us, apologies for that, working from home challenges. PwC have been supporting us in mobilizing and coordinating the digital identity community. Just want to touch on how we have actually gone through this and the approach that we've used in bringing the community together with PwC. My apologies for that.
Max, you're on mute.
My apologies, guys. I'm just trying to sort the dogs out at home. So in terms of our approach, we started to have interviews with the community. We also went through some surveys where we went and approached the community around some questions we had around digital identity and trying to get this view of the South African digital identity story. We held 5 different focus group discussions, which were held over a period from April through to July. And through that, we've been developing the story and sharing it back with the community to make sure that we've captured what they've actually, what we had picked up during these conversations. We've then socialized these outputs with the community, and we've shared some of the participants at the bottom, which is not an exhaustive list. There are other parties that have been taking part in this journey, and we continue to have a lot of interest and participants asking us to join. So we have participants across various groups. Excuse me. Which include the financial services areas, as well as others, the government bodies, regulators, and fintechs. My apologies. Some of the
Max, you want me to take this slide if you want to take a break or something?
No, I'm all right. Thank you, Maya.
Okay.
My apologies for that. Some of the guiding questions and community outcomes that we've had is what should be the proposed digital identity ecosystem for South Africa? In those conversations, what we saw was that the community saw that there could be a hybrid ecosystem model that combines the strength of two ecosystems, being the centralized and self-sovereign identity models. What should be the key use case for the South African digital identity? There were use cases explored, which were eKYC, digital onboarding, and digital signatures. The focus areas are based on financial services, social benefits, and healthcare. Who will be the key stakeholders within the South African digital identity ecosystem? We always see DHA as the golden source and custodian of identity for South Africa. There could be multiple credential providers that support the DHA and are governed by a trust framework. What will be proposed? The government's framework for the digital identity story. We believe that there is a need for a scheme operator or administrator to be provided, which will provide leadership and will be supported by a board to provide that oversight of what has been done within the digital framework. What should be the overall technology and framework? The distributed ledger technology, which is scalable, fast and secure. The chosen technology should be tamper-proof and able to avoid cyber attacks or threats. And I think this leans on to some of the other speakers, the distributed ledger technology. Just in terms of next steps, we are busy publishing a digital identity report, which captures this South African story. That will be released on the 26th of August to the participating community, but then publicly on the 1st of September. We'll continue to engage with the digital identity community and stakeholders, and part of the next phase would be developing a commercial case for change for some of the identified use cases that have come out of the community discussions. And lastly, but not least, and linked to Lohan, is we'll be establishing a sandbox environment to enable the technology and efforts to be combined with what we're doing in the other areas. Just in terms of a call to action, we are not closed off. As Bank Serve Africa, we have played this as an open solution, and we invite all parties to attend and to become part of this journey with us. The buy-in on the commercial case as part of our next phase is important. The support in community, the support of the community and the enablement, and of course the need for the ambassadors, which is very important within each and everyone's organization. There needs to be ambassadors that are taking part in the community discussions, driving this change within their own organizations. I have a short video. It will take us slightly over time. It is about 4 minutes that I'd like to play for the community.
Sure, thanks, Max.
If you had to open your wallet, there'd be reward, banking, and credit cards. There's 1 or 2 cards that are widely accepted. These are able to confirm your identity. Such cards can be found in the average South African's wallet, but there's a large number of individuals who do not have any form of identity. This has made it difficult for many to apply for special government funds, as we've seen during the recent COVID-19 crisis. It's also been difficult to individuals to access financial solutions, specifically for opening bank accounts. There's countless examples of individuals unable to access essential services or financial services or apply for jobs. They have no way of presenting the widely accepted form of identification. What if we can change this? What if we had the digital tools to make life simpler and easier? It all begins with building accepted credentials and digitizing these. The first step to doing this is establishing a standard industry mechanism with digital identifiers that individuals own. These do not belong to any institution, organization, or entity. We're most familiar with a mobile number or a bank account number as identifiers in South Africa. But as BankServe Africa and Senfree's ID proxy research confirms, these cannot be used on their own. An individual may be the holder of 2 cell phone numbers and lose one. This makes it difficult to rely on cell phone numbers as the individual's stated identifier that would help them to access websites or mobile apps that require personal authentication. Then there's the risk that if the identifier belongs to a single organization, they're able to revoke these at any given time, leaving individuals identityless. There's also no digital ID governance framework or accepted industry standards for expressing, exchanging, and verifying digital credentials to create reliability, trust, and security. Let's bring this closer to home. Sifiso is a 34-year-old married man and father of 2. He's had to move twice over the last year to areas where there is high demand for odd jobs. COVID-19 hits and Sifiso's odd jobs slow down. He becomes one of the many South Africans in need of government's social relief fund. He has historically been paid in cash for the jobs performed, but his application is rejected because he doesn't have the paperwork to prove his place of residence to be fully identifiable, and he doesn't have a bank account for the electronic payout. This can change with digital ID. With the recognized standards-based credentials that show Sifiso is a South African citizen and confirmation of his address history, he is eligible to receive a social grant and can be assisted. Sifiso is also able to open a bank account with these details, so he is able to receive his grant payout. Decentralized identifiers are a unique identifier with verifiable data that an individual can authenticate themselves with. These are generated and registered cryptographically. This makes it easier for Sifiso to approach social authorities with his credentials. His digital wallet will then produce a unique identifier that is signed using a private key secured by a biometric proof or PIN that is only known to Sifiso. The uniquely paired public key is published to a distributed ledger. This highly encrypted and secure way of authenticating also ensures that Sifiso is in control of his digital cards and that these are in trustworthy hands and
We have interference.
I want to mute.
The sound is gone.
Okay.
Are you, Anushka, are you able to hear me? I can hear that.
Yes, you're back.
I'd just like to thank you once again, just to the organisers and to everyone participating for allowing us the opportunity to present. As I mentioned, we are releasing the digital identity reports as of the 1st of September. So if anyone is interested in receiving a copy of the report, please let us know. You can contact us on the email address being provided. And if anyone is interested in joining the community discussions that we are having, please to also reach out to us and we'll be happy to include you in the conversations. Thank you, Anushka.
Thank you.
So much. Thanks so much, Max and Mihir. That was a real good whirlwind tour of all the efforts that have been put into the BankServe initiative. Thanks so much for sharing with the community. 3 key takeouts for me is convenience, the convenience that this could provide for lots of people, the different ecosystem models that are being used elsewhere that we can think about adopting or leveraging. The opportunity to drive further innovation. I mean, that really excites me because once we have a good digital identity in place, there's so much that we could potentially do. And then there's already a lot of work done, as we can see from the presentation, and I love the openness to collaborate. So thanks so much for that. Mihir, please put the email address into the chat for us Okay, there it goes. Thanks so much, Dana. So there's definitely value in collaborating and reusing work that's already done, something that we will take forward. So our next speakers are Narushka and Ashland. So Narushka is the Director and Head of Technology and Innovation at Norton Rose Fulbright, South Africa. And Ashland Perumal is a partner at Baker McKenzie, South Africa. Ashland has just returned from 6 months in San Francisco, where he spent some time doing interesting work with the World Economic Forum's blockchain group. I'm almost jealous or envious, Ashland. So here we have today Narushka and Ashland talking to us about legal and regulatory considerations of digital identity in South Africa. Over to you, Narushka and Ashland.
Thank you so much, Anushka, for that introduction. I'm really feeling honored and privileged to be part of the conversation today. I really think these type of conversations, with both public participants and private stakeholders really is the way forward with a topic like digital identity. I was particularly encouraged by the developments, at the Department of Home Affairs and the ID management policy, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where those policy and legislative developments go forward. In this session over the next few minutes, we're going to unpack a little bit about the legal and regulatory implications of digital identity. And just to set the scene a little bit, I think, digital identity is a universal right to everyone. Everybody has the right to be able to be identified. And I think if we just even look past over the last few days, and the scenes we've seen coming out of Kabul, with people literally having to leave their homes with nothing, no documentation, and moving to a foreign land in really unfortunate circumstances. Perhaps something like having a digital identity where all they need to really showcase who they are is their biometric data, whether it be a fingerprint or a retina scan or facial recognition, and that person and who they are in terms of their identity is revealed, rather than having pieces of paper or things like that to prove who you are. And then closer to home in South Africa, and I think the point has already been said earlier, we have something called the Financial Intelligence Center Act, FICA, which I'm sure everybody on this conversation has encountered at some point. The aim there is KYC, or know your customer. And the way it is obviously implemented requires a number of documents to be provided for us to actually participate in the economy. If you're not able to prove who you are, if you're not able to prove your proof of residence, and many people in our country are not able to provide those documents, and are therefore cut off from large sectors of the economy. If all I need is to show up with my thumbprint or with my retina scan, I just bring myself to prove who I am, perhaps I will then have more access to participate in these types of products and services, and be a consumer to a larger number of organizations. And it definitely requires a number of legislative changes to get to that point, buy-in from stakeholders from various sectors, which I think are all already participating in this discussion. So that really is good to see. So I'm not going to go into too much detail for now. I'll be back at the end, but I do want to hand over now to Ashland, who's going to unpack in a bit more detail a number of the other legal and regulatory considerations, and then I will touch again on the Protection of Personal Information Act to conclude. So Ashland, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Narushka, and thanks, Anushka, as well for that introduction. I just want to get my screen share up so you can see our presentation. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So this is going to be a high-level overview in respect of the basically a primer on the key themes in law relating to digital identity. Obviously, there's some aspects which we can drill into deeper in the comments or questions after the session. What's quite important is to get a bit of a legal framework for identity. And the reason for this is it's important to understand where in which digital identity is placed within our current legal framework, as well as where self-sovereign and newer forms of identity models can be understood. Now, there are three major spheres in which we can bucket our laws which relate to identity, and which will relate to any digital identity that's created. The first is human rights law. And this is obvious because human rights law is effected through having means and access to some sort of identity or identity mechanism. You receive your ability to engage in a democracy and engage in your country by receiving some form of identity. And for this particular reason, organizations such as ID 2020 have stated as their objective using digital identity as a way to guarantee identity for those who have been dispossessed of that right. In addition to this, Article 6 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights stipulates that everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person before the law. In addition to that, the Sustainable Development Goals for 2015 to 2030 include an aim that they want to provide legal identity to all, including birth registration by 2030. And these are quite important ambitions in respect of identity, and why it's so important for a country to ensure that there is equality in any system that is used for national identity systems that allows for full enjoyment for all rights and freedoms of people who are part of that constituency. Now, with that in mind, the next element of legal framework you'll normally find is constitutive laws. Now, constitutive laws are basically laws that create the identity regime, your national identity register of the country. Currently, South Africa has acts which relate to births and deaths, identity registration, as well as driver's licenses, etc. But there are other countries who have explored specific laws relating to digital identity. For example, the Aadhaar system in India, which was talked about earlier. In India, they have the Aadhaar Act, or the Targeted Delivery of Financial and Other Subsidies, Benefits and Services Act. And basically, this act is what creates the possibilities and the framework for the Aadhaar system. And there are other examples which you can find in Europe and the UK of legislative means for creating identity. Now, when it comes to regulatory laws, by and large, the space that regulated identity has been more focused on human rights and constitutive laws, and less so on directly regulatory ambit of privacy, of digital identity. That's changed with the implementation of Papaya, which we'll discuss at the end of this presentation. Now, before we jump into some of the regulations, it's quite important to distinguish between what we mean when we say identity and identifiers. In the legal system, identity is more connected with you as a person, your existence within the legal system, and the persistence of that existence. However, when we're talking about identifiers, we're talking about a fragmented set of information that is used to identify you within certain contexts. So this could be your identity number, your occupation, your ancestry, your agent, such as your lawyer, etc. And what is important is when we're talking about regulation of identity, by and large, we're talking about the identifier creation systems and how they work. And that is separate from the identity laws, which talk about human rights and the ability to operate within a democracy. So importantly, your identity is fragmented. However, your identity is also contextual. So if you take your different identifiers and contextualize them, that's a good way to understand which laws apply, because within those given contexts, that's where we would look for the touch points with the relevant legal system. Now, taking into account that your identity is contextual, the first context that you experience in any jurisdiction is your relationship with the state. When you are born, for example, you would have your birth certificate, and that's given to you in terms of legislation, the Births and Deaths Registration Act. Similarly, when you reach 16, you might receive an ID book or an ID card, and that is provided under the Identification Act, which also sets up the national identity system. And then separately, if you are to travel and you need to prove your identity in terms of border authorities outside the country, the South African Passports and Travels Act creates the system which regulates that. Now, outside of the public space, there's also the private space. And this is something we're quite familiar with in the digital age, and that is identity systems which allow us to transact with private entities. Now, there's quite a spectrum of identity solutions. I'm not going to go into detail on this because there's many experts on this discussion who can talk about this in more detail, except to say that there is a wide spectrum of these types of models which we need to cater for in the legal system. Realistically, and this is very evident, where we would like to be is about here in terms of our technologies. And if you look at some of the speakers from early on, that is where things are going in respect to the technologies that are available for identity and digital identity solutions. What we have to remember is this is about where most of our laws are at. If you look at data privacy protection, for example, which we'll discuss later, it is still structured around models where there is an expectation that the data that is surrounded your identity will be held by a specific body, and it doesn't yet take into account things like wallet or self-sovereign driven identity systems. Now, some important laws that are worth calling out and possible trends in development in respect of digital identity and self-sovereign identity. The first is consumer protection and liability. Now, quite obviously, any identity system is going to require a guaranteed framework of trust. And that trust is going to require that private identity providers have some sort of a system which regulates the veracity we can attach to the identity that they provide. And the question there would be is, should there be any liability for correctness in respect of private identity providers? Now, it could be that there would be specific regulations that are developed in this regard, or this could be developed in the South African common law system through court cases that might emerge if there is liability issues in the future. Similarly, when it comes to system providers, there is the obvious question of liability for security and data failures or data breaches. Now, talking about data breaches, the next aspect that's quite important is cybercrimes and identity theft. We have the recently enacted Cybercrimes and Cybersecurity Act, which provides an excellent framework to deal with identity theft and the consequences of that when it's used to commit crimes. And the question there obviously would be in the decentralized identity solutions, what kind of application of that will there be for example, the theft of a private key to a wallet that is used for verifiable credentials for an SSI type model. Next is digital signing. There are some countries which are looking at creating digital signing methods which are connected to your digital identity. Now, in South Africa, digital signing is regulated under the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. Specifically, there's nothing that's different between a normal signature and a digital signature, except to say that if it's required by law, you do need to use an advanced electronic signature. And there are a limited number of organizations which provide those kinds of services. So the question would be, does that need to be developed to deal with digital signing in a national identity system? The next is anti-money laundering laws. Now, this is one that all of us will be quite interested in because there's a lot of potential benefit which could be extracted from self-sovereign identity models when it comes to anti-money laundering, as well as digital identity, because there's greater traceability of identity. Now, the way in which this will affect things is it will affect design choices, because assurance is going to be a very important facet of any identity model that's used. When it comes to interoperability, anti-money laundering authorities will need to develop frameworks for trusting digital IDs, and there will be likely regulations that deal with identity proofing and authentication, as well as auditability and standards of methods that are used for creating digital IDs. And then lastly, there are privacy laws. Now, just to sort of set the scene for the privacy law environment, here's a identity model that I've pulled from the World Economic Forum's report on digital identity from 2016. And it shows the different kinds of models we may experience and how those models allow for the flow of information. Now, what will have to happen in the time to come will be a mapping of how these models work. And this is just an example using a decentralized identity management solution of how you could map it against GDPR provisions. These kind of mappings are quite essential to understand where the laws can assist to cover and ensure privacy and rights protections, and where they may be. Now, I just want to leave with one minor comment before I hand over to Narushka in respect to privacy. One thing that's quite important to remember is the concept of privacy and our laws that deal with data protection are rooted in the concepts of human dignity, autonomy, and self-determination. Your dignitas, as they would call it in the old Roman Dutch common law. On top of that, we've got certain types of abilities that we want to create for our citizens. The first is opacity in respect of your personal information. That's opacity to essentially limit what people know about you and have control over what people know about you and are able to use in their own data spaces. So there are laws that create that, and those are typically your privacy laws. Their aim of privacy laws and the constitutional right to privacy is to create that sense of opacity and create the personal space or the personal sphere that exists for the individual. The next is transparency, and transparency comes up more because as we've moved into the digital economy, there are instances where you do want to share your identity in order to get access to services and the like. And the problem is that through doing that, you are giving up control in respect of how that identity is used in the future. And since the 1960s and the creation of data banks and now very complex computerized data systems, data protection became a very prevalent and important aspect in Europe and the Americas, and has now found its way throughout the world. Now, the focus for the longest time has been these sort of parameters: privacy and data protection, as enforcing your opacity and transparency abilities in terms of your right to human dignity. But the truth of the matter is that's not all that needs protection. As things go forward, there's going to be a greater focus on these other elements, and that is control of your informational self-determination. And the question is what sort of regulations we would need to fulfill that space. And I'll leave you with this comment, which came from that same report I mentioned earlier. Whereas data privacy data protection rather, is quite almost at an implementation stage, the frontier of privacy and security at the moment is in identity, and particularly in the legal world. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Narushka to tell us a little bit more about PIA in the context of digital identity.
Thank you so much, Ashland, for that overview. So with regards to POPIA, POPIA is the Protection of Personal Information Act. It became fully enforceable a few weeks ago on 1st July 2021, and therefore if you're non-compliant with POPIA after this date, you may be subject to administrative action from the information regulator, as well as action from the data subjects of the people whose data that you are holding. It's actually a long time in the coming. It was signed in 2013, and scarily before this date, there's actually very little that a person had in terms of obligations to protect your information. And luckily now we do have it fully enforced, and there are various protocols that have to be followed when somebody is processing your information, and data security requirements as well. Once we really get into the detail, there's so many elements that can be unpacked and applied to digital identity. But the one that I'm just going to focus on for now is this of biometric information, because I think it's one of the crucial elements to get digital identity right. And that is, has been mentioned throughout the discussions today, things like your fingerprint, the attributes of your face for purposes of facial recognition, your retina scan, your DNA. All of these types of attributes may contribute to proving who you are in terms of your digital identity, and will need to be processed in accordance with the Protection of Personal Information Act. Now, for me, and since I've read the first version of the Act, I've always thought biometric information is one area where the Act does fall short. There's very, biometric information is elevated to the status of special personal information, and there's very limited scope of application within which you're really allowed to process that information. And it's limited to, for example, if you get caught committing a crime and you need to, and the police need to process your fingerprints for purposes of criminal prosecution, that's really the very narrow use case for biometric information catered for in the Act. And given all these wonderful things that we can do with biometric information, there's definitely room for development in how we process personal information and the frameworks around that for biometric processing specifically. So that's one area in POPIA I really wanted to highlight for this session. And the other thing to say is that POPIA is not there to stop you from processing information, but it's really a framework within which you need to comply with. It prevents really the abuse of data and encourages ethical use of data. So, really you need to have privacy by design as at the forefront when designing any type of technology incorporating personal information. That's really the approach that should be taken, and privacy and data protection shouldn't be an afterthought in these types of things. So that's really where I'm going to end in the interest of time. And perhaps one last comment is, where does the data sit? There's also a lot of debate with regards to the cross-border transfer of information, the cloud, all of these issues. We can talk for another hour on these very, very interesting topics. So these are the points I'll highlight, and I'll hand back to Anushka for the Q&A. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashland and Narushka. That was a really simplified way for helping us understand regulation and the law and how that relates to digital identity. I definitely understood a bit more than I did before. But you raised a very important point, that we really need to see how the laws and regulations may need to be applied or updated as we improve digital identity systems in South Africa. And Narushka raised a very good point at the end in terms of where does the data sit. And this is one of the questions I've been asking in a whole lot of POCs and tests of different people's digital ID applications, and trying to understand where is my data sitting now. So who knows who has my data at the moment. Thanks so much for your very informative session. I'm going to hand over to Meryl, who will facilitate the Q&A. Meryl, over to you. Where's Meryl? Okay, so I think while we're looking for Meryl, I'll kick off with the first question here from Gary. And Gary asks, what other laws will protect South African residents from the unscrupulous use of the biometrics? And I'll give that to Ashland and Narushka. One of you can answer that, please.
Sure, I'll start. Exactly, the Protection of Personal Information Act, squarely deals with processing of biometric information, and definitely if you fall foul of the act in your processing, you could be liable for fines of up to 10 million rand directly from the information regulator. If you have criminal sanctions against you and you find yourself in criminal court, there's no limit to the type of penalties or jail time you can face with that. So post 1 July 2021, we definitely have something enforceable against those who may abuse the processing of biometric data. If it's on the criminal side, we also have the Cybercrimes Act, which was just signed into force. Unfortunately, that's not yet fully enforceable. We're still waiting for the date of commencement, but once that is in place, and if there are criminal acts being performed with biometric information, potentially it could also form part of the Cybercrimes Act. Ashton, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Not really, Narushka. I think you've covered most of it, except to say that we also have the Constitution, which backs all of this up, and the right to human dignity. So I think ultimately the framework of laws that govern this are quite wide at the moment in South Africa.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much, Narushka and Ashland. I see Louis has his hand up. Louis, do you want to unmute and ask your question?
Yes, I would love to. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Right. I've got a list of questions, but I'll keep it brief and I'll just ask one or two. Firstly, I would like to ask, with regards to digital ID, I see on the mock-up that was presented by Meryl right at the start, there's a nice little health button. At what point does discrimination against health, sex, and any other individual right to be not discriminated against will be protected by this digital ID? That's the first question. And the second question is for the law people. KYC and IML has been around for many years. However, it seems like the law governs the public, but not institutions. As we all know that the banking industry is the biggest perpetrator of the AML law. So how do you guys actually plan to protect the public from the banking industry with regards to AML? And then the first one on protect people from being discriminated against with regards to health, sex, etc. on ID? Anyone?
Okay, so choose for us. I think let's throw the question related to the legal people first to Narushka and Ashland. You can decide who will go first.
I'm happy to take that question, Anushka. I think the main thing to realize with AML and also privacy laws is that AML is essentially a balancing act. And this is going to be quite an important one when it comes to how it's implemented in the technology solutions, because as we move to more advanced and more pervasive methods of tracking people's identity, their transactions, transaction history, etc., we will be moving to a space where, when it comes to AML technologies, governments and tax authorities, etc., will have more information than has ever been, in that space before. And so, therefore, as the development happens and as these laws are given effect to in technology design and implementation, a lot of public and private participation is necessary, especially if these are issued as national or government-endorsed identity systems. And as I said, it is a balancing act that will need to be walked, and it is one where citizens of any country need to have a say as to what they're comfortable with as a constituency.
Thanks so much, Ashland. And I think let's take the discrimination question and ask Lohan to shed some light on that. And then Mihir can also give his views based on Estonia and India examples he shared.
So, at least from my perspective, I'm sure some other people also have views. I think we need to understand that the technology is not there to inherently remove some of the current complications that we have of using an identity. The technology is merely there to allow us to have verifiable information exchange with the ability to verify the authenticity and the factual truth of that information. But the information will still be shared, the information will still be utilized. So I think from a discrimination perspective, it is not a technological thing that will solve that. That will still rely on the receiver of the information and how they are regarding inequality, etc. So at least from a technical perspective and from my side, the technology is not there to solve these inherent current complicated issues that we have in terms of identity usage and verification.
Do you guys mind if I just put a follow-up on that reply?
Sure.
If the technology allows the information to be received, the information is then utilized as the tool to discriminate. So I don't quite get why you say the technology. I get what you say with regards to the technology itself doesn't discriminate because it's a machine, it's an algorithm and it's a machine. But the biometrics and your name is understandable identifying topics of a human. However, the person's health status, whether he's got one leg or two legs, whether he's got AIDS or not, or had a COVID vaccine or not, these are discriminative data elements. And I just feel that as a society, we're heading down a very slippery slope with regards to discriminating against certain minority groups by purely allowing the data to be captured. So at what point do we draw the line as to what is your identity? Does that make sense?
Makes sense. I mean, I think, I'm not sure if Mark has a question or he wants to provide an answer to this question.
Or a suggestion.
Yeah, but purely from my perspective, I'm really looking at it from a technology perspective, and the information and the data points that you are referring to are going to be discriminatory regardless if you use SSI or traditional methods of identity. So the technology cannot make provision to solve for discrimination, in my opinion. The technology is really there to allow for seamless interaction of verifiable data. But yeah, that's my view, purely from a technical perspective. I'm not sure if someone else have a different answer.
Yeah, we'll let Mark have his say quickly.
Thanks. So, in respect to that, I think what Lauren said is quite correct. I mean, the technology itself is not the problem. It's how you use the information. So algorithms, for example, have biases from legacy, from historical experiences, and that's all being addressed in terms of the sort of regulations and the treating customers fairly. And many of the algorithms are in actual fact open for regulators to have a look at and to make sure that there's no underlying bias. So collecting the data is one thing. How you use it becomes the other, and that's where government steps up and provides the necessary framework so that people are held accountable for the way in which they use the data. Similarly, in your comments about the banking sector and the criminal activity, I mean, our job is not to police individuals to question whether the payments that they're making are valid or not. Our job is to process them. And that's the reason why we have the FIC, why we have AML, terrorism financing, etc., which means that we have to report that information to government. It's not up to the banks to take action against people that are breaking the law. It's up to us to provide the information to government, who have the powers to do things like investigate, arrest people, put them through the criminal justice system, and then put them into jail. Our job is merely to provide that information so that they are aware of the flows that may indicate there's something going wrong. So I hope that helps you, Louis.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mark. And I think just to, I'm so sorry, we are rushed for time, so I'm not going to take any more comments on this. But I would like to say, Louis, when people share their information, they can either choose to share or not to share certain things with people. So it is also within their control in terms of what they share and what they don't share. How they discriminated against, by the other party, I don't think, like Lohan says, the technology is actually going to address that. We're going to have to figure out other means of addressing those types of things. Maybe a discussion for the governance forum.
Yeah, Anushka, I think if I can just add something else, which I feel is important. I think we have this misconception that the technology is suddenly going to solve a lot of the underlying and inherent identity problems. And the technology is not going to solve that. The technology is merely there to move from a world where we have a paper-based credential that can or might be fraudulent to a world where the information is digitally enabled and verifiable to ensure that the information is factual and correct. Beyond that, the technology is effectively unopinionated. The technology serves a purpose, but it's not going to solve every single thing that is currently wrong when it comes to identity and the usage of information.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Lohan.
Look, I agree 100% with what you guys are saying with regards to the technology. And
sorry, not sure what happened there. Louis, I'm so sorry. We'll have to take this conversation up offline if you don't mind, because we have to move forward with the program, seeing that we're already at 11:09. So I do apologize. Thank you. Okay, so our next speakers are Stembile Mtetwa and Nelly Dlamini, who are both researchers at the CSIR. Stembile and Nelly will be sharing their research findings on verifiable credentials in the SA context. Over to you, Stembile and Nelly.
All right, thank you, Anushka. Thank you so much. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. I will just share my slides quickly so that I can start. And thank you so much for this opportunity to present on our work. Can you please just indicate to me when you can see the slides?
I can't see. I'm not sure if anybody else can.
Okay.
I have it. Oh, there's something coming up.
Can you see now?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So basically, I'm just going to start with giving a verifiable credentials overview on what it is, and then I will hand over to my colleagues, Thembile Mteto, to continue telling us more about the projects that we are currently busy with. And I would like to start with one of the comments that were made by Drummond Reed, who is an SSI veteran and Chief Trust Officer at Evanem, on trust on the internet. He states that cryptographically verifiable credentials will become the lingua franca of trust on the internet, the standard way any two parties can establish the specific trust relationship they need in their specific context. VCs will be as fundamental to the future of the web as HTML pages were to building the web itself. So we should really brace ourselves and not wait to take this opportunity. So I'll give you an overview of what the verifiable credentials are. And verifiable credentials basically are a digital version of credentials. So this is looking at our normal physical credentials that we currently using, like the identity cards, any document or diplomas, passports, etc. And it's basically takes it into a more digital term. Sorry about that. And then the verifiable credentials are also verified cryptographically. So it's a bit noisy where I am, forgive me. So VCs are also under the user's control. So unlike your physical documents, they can be just about anywhere, but the verifiable credentials are controlled by a user. So they are kept off chain. They are not stored in a distributed ledger somewhere. And this is where a lot of people are concerned a lot with their information and have questions around using distributed ledgers, etc. So it is not stored in the blockchain, any other distributed ledger, etc. And it is stored either on a person's device, so it could be in a form of a mobile wallet that has been downloaded as an application, or it could possibly be stored on a personal cloud vault that is controlled by that specific user or holder of the credential. They often include things such as claims, which is the standard user information that has been attested by the issuer. So it could be the person's name, it could be their address, it could be their ID, or the skills that they have attained, depending on what type of credential it is. And then it also contains the DID, which is the Decentralized Identifier. I'm actually quite glad that this topic has been discussed and everybody already knows what the DID is by now. So it captures the information of the issuer as well, from the way in which they identify themselves to them being an organization and where they are located, etc. And then when we are looking at the decentralized identifier, this is basically a globally unique and persistent identifier that is used by that particular entity. So it could be an identifier or digital identity of the person that issued the document, or it could be the one identifying the holder of the document, etc. So these DIDs should obviously be resolvable, because you need to be able to point back to the resource and to point back to the information that they have as well. And it's also cryptographically verifiable, which is what verifiable credentials is all about. And it's also typically associated with cryptographic material, such as your public and private keys. So what verifiable credentials do is that they leverage on distributed ledger technologies similar to DIDs as well. So they are used to verify the authenticity of the credential. So the person that is verifying will know who issued that, and they'll have the issuer's information so that they could either accept it or not accept it. And they can check all the information that is relevant to the holder and the issuer. And then this basically highlights the ecosystem of the verifiable credentials, where you have an issuer which issues that credential. So it could, for example, if you're looking at the South African context, it could be a particular university that gives the university diploma to a holder, the person that has attained a particular skill or that has attained a particular academic achievement. And then the holder obviously stores their credential in a wallet, which they can now present it to a verifier. Whoever wants to see that particular credential, they then, show them the credential and show them those particular fields that they would like to show them, etc. So the verifier obviously has to engage with the holder of the credential. And then in the ecosystem, there's also a way in which you can verify these credentials by use of the distributed ledger, which in this ecosystem is the verifiable data registry. And then when you're looking at the benefits of the verifiable credentials, so you'll see that it allows privacy. And with the privacy, so this basically means that the particular holder of that credential can selectively disclose specific information about themselves or about that particular credential that they have or that they hold without actually exposing all the actual data that they have. So I could have all this information in my my document, and if somebody just wants to see my date of birth, then there's no need for them to see my address. So it allows the holder to only show that particular detail about them. And then it's also verified at any time, and it's verified anyway, which is actually a good thing, because whenever the verifier needs to verify the verifiable credential, they could just verify it, and they don't have to contact the issuer and ask for information, etc., because they can verify this with the use of the distributed ledger. And it's also tamper-proof using cryptography. So this is also a good quality as well, because you wouldn't want anyone to change your credentials. Just like if you have your ID document and you now have a copy of it, like the person needs to ensure that this is the copy that was provided to you. Hence, we certify and find ways to prove, and they can also contact the Home Affairs, for example, to know if it is actually your identity. And it is also portable, which is also a good thing about it. When you now look at the benefits of using DLT in a space of verifiable credentials, it provides a temporal ordering of the events. So basically, each and every credential is timestamped according to the time at which it was issued. And it also provides immutability that ensures historical integrity, which also helps with somebody being able to verify and the information being available as well, since the records cannot be removed. It also provides the persistence of data. And when you now continue to look at the privacy that I talked about earlier on when you refer to verifiable credentials. So there are two levels of preserving privacy in VCs, and one of these ways is selective disclosure, where you basically generating proofs from a few attributes from the credential. So you only get to show the information that is required from you as the holder of the credential, or the information that you want to show, and you don't show the entire credential that you have. And then there's also zero knowledge proof, which is yes.
Sorry, Nelly. I see that some of our attendees are experiencing bandwidth issues. So can I ask SM to please switch off your video? Sorry for interrupting you, Nelly. You can continue.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Anushka. Can you see my presentation? Is it visible? Okay, yes. Awesome. So the zero knowledge proof is basically one that allows you to prove the attributes from a credential without revealing the value. So you walk into a place and somebody says, prove that you are over 18. you don't really have to show them the date of birth, but you can actually, it allows you a way in which you can prove that you are actually over 18, but they don't need to know your age, which a lot of people usually have problems with that. So I'm sure a lot of people are smiling right now. And then in terms of the use cases of verifiable credentials, I mean, as I pointed out, that this is basically taking the normal physical credentials and then turning them into digital credentials, which are now verifiable cryptographically. Sectors like the government can use these verifiable credentials in, for example, providing passports, driver's licenses, etc. And the visa validity of travelers as well. So that can also be used as well. And with the healthcare certificates, your medical aid card, etc. And especially right now with COVID-19 tests, with vaccines, etc. I know one of the colleagues also indicated this. And then also the banks as well. So basically it's every sector, not just, the government sectors, because we are talking about the normal credentials that we use here. So I will now hand over to Stembile, who will now talk about the current use case that we are looking at, which is the skills tracking and verification system. Stembile, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nelly. Good morning, colleagues. I hope everyone is okay and I am audible enough. Now that we have seen some of the general use cases that can be used when it comes to verifiable credentials, this leads to what we are currently working towards as the CSIR. As mentioned, we are working on a skills tracking and verifiable system that can be used, that can be demonstratable when it comes to all the skills that one acquires in their journey or their career journey. When it comes to skills training, this demonstratable technology would be a baseline for us to then demonstrate some of the other use cases that have been previously mentioned. The technology aims to track all the skills that are acquired over the years when it comes to someone's journey, like let's say for their career, and with the format of our education system. It has been serving us for a very long time. When you get to your high school diploma or certification, you then go to university. And from there, it's a traditional system that has been serving the government and the working environment over the past few years. Because of the rapid change in most of the technical fields, from this presentation, we've seen that the use of blockchains or the use of distributed ledger technologies has been booming over the past few years, and the education system is still lagging behind when it comes to that. So our aim is to make sure that the education system is in line with what's happening in the industry or in the research environment. So with that comes a need or an urgent need whereby we need to find a system that can be recognizable on an international level, where when you acquire a skill, you are able to track, and someone who needs to verify that skill can be able to verify not on a manual basis, but the verification can be automated as well. So this platform would then allow users to have control or full control of their verifiable credentials or their skills in this case. One of the challenges when it comes to micro-credentials that have been booming over the past few years, since 2007, we've seen a massive open online courses on the internet. With that comes a lot of pros and a lot of cons. And one of the cons comes in terms of matching the equivalent of what that online course or that micro credential represents on our education system, so to say. Take for an example, when it comes to your engineering degree or your computer science degree, you take a few courses, So then when it comes to this platform, how do we then ensure that whatever you learn online can then be equivalent to your engineering or your computer science degree? So that's one of the main challenges that we need to look at when it comes to adopting verifiable credentials. And when it comes to the requirements, we need to be compliant with GDPR. And because we are taking personal identifiable information in SA, as mentioned from the previous presenters, POPIA Act needs to be taken into consideration when gathering personal identifiable information. There are certain shortcomings when it comes to the current initiatives that I've mentioned, and there are a lot from 2007 up until now that have been introduced, and most of them still have all the challenges that we need to work against. There are three main things that we're looking at. Some of the initiatives are on a central data repository. So when it comes to that, if something is on a central base, there is only one single point of failure. And with DLT, with the introduction of DLT, we are now eliminating the central data repository or the single point of failure. So in that case, everything that is stored is then distributed. So that's the plan when it comes to integrating DLTs. And another issue, it comes when linking the identity of that skill or that credential to a person. Most of them are email-based, authenticated, and when you use an email, two or more people can use the same email. So it's difficult for someone to then link that particular email to one specific identity. And then, as I've mentioned earlier, the issue of manual verification, which is tedious, and it takes a lot of time. So for the project that we are still working on, which is skills tracking and verification system, the aim is not about any particular MMOC, which is the Massive Open Online Course, but it's to illustrate the role that accompanying technologies such as the DIDs, the verifiable credentials, your DLTs can be used or could play a role into enhancing and using this technology to assess and the efforts that will be needed in the implementation of the verifiable system. So we're not reusing what's already there, but we're combining the technologies in order to come up with a system that is secure enough and then can be internationally recognized. So as I've mentioned, the goal is to reuse all these efforts and then come up with a system that is digitally verifiable and when it comes to tracking or verifying skills. So when it comes to contributions, the technology that we are building is going to incorporate some of the emerging standards introduced over the past few years. And we want that is also in the process of assisting us to ensure that we are building a system that is recognizable not only in a South African or an African context, but also internationally. So with that, the introduction of verifiable credentials and your DLT, combining that comes a lot of, there are current challenges of gaps that still need to be solved. One of the gaps are related to standardization. When it comes to exchanging, verifying of digital credentials across boundaries, as well as aligning with current standards, is still an issue that we are still not sure as to how we're going to work across that as of yet. But there are current research activities or research efforts that are being implemented towards finding the right standards for this case. Because of the growth in this industry and over the past few years, and we're expecting a lot to happen over the next few years, there are so many efforts that are being invested towards bridging this gap and ensuring that the right standards are being identified for this use case. And one of those is when it comes to World Wide Web Consortium, which is W3C, and Verifiable Credentials Working Group. They aim to facilitate, or their mission is to facilitate and secure the expression and exchange of third-party verified credentials on the web. So those are the main groups that are working actively in finding all the standards that can be used in order for us to build a secure and an international verifiable system. With that, we are really looking forward to what the future holds when it comes to this particular topic and the adoption of these standards. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we're looking forward to any possible collaborations as well as questions from this platform. Thank you, Anushka.
Excellent. Thanks so much for sharing with us, Tembile and Nelly. Definitely, you're still picking up some of the challenges we picked up in the early days of the POC. So it's good to see that, you know, you're also finding some of these things. And I think the initiative we're driving with BankServe at the moment, and hopefully through this forum, will help us address some of those challenges. And I think one or two of our next speakers may also be able to tell us how to overcome some of those challenges. Let's see what we have. Our next speaker is John O'Connor. John joined IOHK after working for the Cardano Foundation as the head of strategy and communications. He's particularly interested in how blockchain can enhance transparency and enable business in sub-Saharan African economies. John will share Cardano's work on digital identity and credentialing in Ethiopia. Over to you, John.
Okay, so first of all, can everyone hear me? I'm sorry, I'm calling in from Sudan, which doesn't have the world's greatest internet. So am I coming through?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, and now second test. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. All right, so thank you very much, everyone, for joining today. I'm going to go through this presentation, and I'm going to try to focus a bit more on the things that haven't been said. We've seen a lot of great speakers sort of explain the framework of SSI and, you know, these new forms of DIDs. So I'm going to try to give some context about, you know, what's the business environment looking like for this, and where is adoption happening? So who are we? Well, we're Impa Output. We were founded in 2015. We're a global software and engineering company that builds blockchain solutions. So this includes cryptocurrencies, expert consultancies for governments and academic institutions. And really at our heart, we are a research company. So we have research partnerships with 20, 30 universities across the world. We have over 500 staff across 50 different countries. And really what we're trying to do is, through a distributed team, build distributed solutions. So our flagship, which you may have heard of, is Cardano. We're the third largest cryptocurrency. We've got a market capitalization of around $80 billion at the moment. It's a proof of stake blockchain that solves a lot of the energy consumption issues that Bitcoin originally saw. We're 100 times more decentralized than Bitcoin. We're based on the industry's largest bank of peer-reviewed research, which is what makes it into our engineering roadmap, which also makes us a bit slower than some of the other cryptocurrencies when it comes to delivering technology, but gives us solid foundations. And finally, we're one of the most geographically diverse, with our active addresses spread all across the world. All right, so what do we do? So we do a lot of things, but the purpose of this seminar is to talk about digital identities and transformation. So on the research side, we actually have over 75 academic peer-reviewed papers which are relevant to digital identity and focusing in on that space. And this is produced by over 50 scientists across 4 universities. In the education space, we're going to be talking more about this later. We have an Atala Prism identity solution, which is now being deployed to issue verifiable credentials and identities for 5 million students in Ethiopia within the Ministry of Education's purview. And we'll talk a little bit more about that solution in a second. In the agriculture space, we've utilized identity along with a sort of farm to fork tracking solution to be able to track the lives and the information about cattle. And this is going to be expanded to Africa across a series of pilots in partnership with like AFDB. Finally, in the telecom space, we've just launched a telecoms company in Zanzibar, which should be able to provide data at 50% of the price by using Wi-Fi mesh networks and other innovative technologies. But in terms of identity, every subscriber will be issued with an Natala Prism digital identity, which we believe will be able to reduce the cost of finance for these subscribers in services like microcredit loans, neobanking, etc. So what model do we operate on? So we do a build, operate, and transfer model. All of our software is open source. So when we come to a government and they're interested in a solution, we're really looking at what's the delta between what we've already got and what you need to make this solution really useful for your users and for your stakeholders. So together we scope that and then we build that delta. Some of that will then be integrated into our core product offering, and some of that will be bespoke functionality only useful for that use case. We then charge a fee to be able to operate this over a period of time. And during this period, we're recouping the additional cost for the development that we did. And we're also building local teams and finding local talent who can eventually be the custodians of the transfer model, where we shift over ownership and control towards local stakeholders and sort of exit from this period. And the example with which we're doing this is in Ethiopia with the Ministry of Education. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So Ethiopia, as I'm sure many of you guys are aware of where it is, but it's got a population of around 110 million. And in terms of initiatives, Ethiopia's worked very hard on a digital transformation strategy 2025. It lists blockchain in it, and it makes the cornerstone of the agenda digital identity as the key mechanism to be able to improve the outcomes and the livelihoods of Ethiopia going forward. So let's talk more about the solution. So Atala Prism will be issuing 5 million identities across the educational system. Each student is being issued by a tablet procured by the Ministry of Education, upon which their information will live. The information will also be stored across Ministry of Education service. The identity by which they're being issued will live with them across their school career and after graduating, where the identity information can be shifted onto a smartphone that they have or a smart card if they can't afford to procure a smartphone. The idea is, of course, like many people in this seminar have noted, that employers will be able to verify the information to be able to have greater confidence that students have done what they say they have. Fake degrees, fake certificates are a massive issue in the Ethiopian workforce. So this is something which employers are keen to use. And we're also keen to integrate the solution with job search websites or potentially, build our own if no one's really interested in going along in that journey with us. The final thing to add is that this identity is being integrated with the new National Identity Program. So we'll be the first people to issue the new national identity numbers with this deployment. So actually, just before I move on, let's just explain what the benefits are for the different stakeholders. First and foremost, this is a digital transformation project. No one in Ethiopia across the education system is really tracking any data. The only information that the Ministry of Education gets is after the high school leaving exams. So it makes it very difficult for the Ministry of Education to optimize its resources across time when it's got no information coming in. So this immediately creates a digital dividend in that the ministry now knows what's going on. It can say that maths in the Amhara region is performing worse than the Oromia region, and it's particularly these schools, and they can start to invest resources for correct practices which are leading to poor outcomes. From the students' perspective, they can immediately see their own performance and can optimize how they work and how they learn based on how they're actually doing. And then finally, as I say, once students have left school, they should be able to enjoy greater employment prospects, be more incentivized to work hard because of the system. So this is sort of how it works. So what's the solution? Well, this is Atala Prism. So Atala Prism is a DID solution. It's competitive with other solutions in the market. And really for us, the point about building our own is we wanted something to work natively with the Cardano blockchain ecosystem. So where we really see this going is, to give you the example of this telecoms network that we've spun up. You know, in Ethiopia, Ethio Telecom offers top-up loans towards the 30 million subscribers which they have. This is all coming from a single capital provider who is local, who charges very, very high rates because they're the only player in the game. By being able to take people's identity information and enable it to be shared natively across the web, we should also enable capital providers from the $60, $70 billion of liquidity we have on our platform to compete to be able to offer finance through the mechanism of this identity. So this is why it's so important for Cardano to have an identity solution. It's going to be the basis upon which capital is allocated, lent, invested through our platform. And this is what we built Prism for. A lot of the features which you talked about, like zero knowledge proofs, will also be supported in the short term. So very quickly, how does it work? This is a very similar flow to what you've already seen today. The Ministry of Education is in charge of registering schools, setting up the schema upon which permissions run within the system. It also is going to be the person who's storing sensitive information like biometrics on their server. So input output sees none of this data. That's super important. This is an on-premises deployment that is completely in sync with local data protection laws. The schools then issue the digital identity to the student and associate it with their tablets. Students and then teachers can automatically authenticate themselves into any service supporting the identity standard. Finally, verifying institutions like an employer can then request a proof, verify the claim without needing to go back to the issuing institution. This is particularly important in a country like Ethiopia, where you might end up with administrative hurdles, like it's impossible to speak to your school or university after you've left. They may have shut down or various other reasons. So this is a resilient system built in mind with the problems that Ethiopia faces. Finally, join us in September. So a quick bit of shilling. We're doing a summit for Cardano in 2021. It's online, 25th to the 26th. We'll be doing an African keynote there, announcing additional deals. We have quite ambitious aims to have 100 million identities issued across Africa using this system within a year. We're seeing a lot of traction from governments across the continent. And finally, myself and Charles Hoskinson, the CEO and founder of Cardano, will also be in South Africa in the last 2 weeks of October. So potentially we can meet up with some of you. Thank you very much. I hope that was informative and look forward to fielding questions.
Excellent. Thanks so much, John. So I've never really delved deep into the Cardano solution. So this was really informative for me, and I'm sure for our listeners too. I love the way, you're sharing some of the practical implementation and approaches in terms of starting to build the ecosystem. And I love the approach of going to school kids, because they are the ones that are going to use this technology into the future to make their lives easier. So definitely great insights into the work that you are doing on the African continent. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is one of the first people in SSI that I met in my SSI journey, and that is Jamie Smith from Evenum. Jamie is the Senior Director for Business Development at Evenum. He's got over 15 years experience of designing and delivering digital technologies and disruptive business models around the world. He specializes in helping organizations embrace the new self-sovereign identity approaches and creating new digital ecosystems to drive growth. Evenum is the world's leading decentralized identity company since 2013. Evenum has been creating a new world where consumers are in complete control of their digital identity, where privacy is a basic human right, and where consumers and organizations can foster a new relationship rooted in trust. Jamie is here to share with us a very relevant story about restarting global travel with portable digital identity. He will also give us a sneak peek into what comes next. I'm very excited to hear what you have to say today, Jamie. Over to you.
Fantastic. Firstly, can everyone hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, wonderful. So let me just share my screen, and now if I put it in full mode, can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so well, I mean, firstly, I feel so privileged to be part of this conversation. We've been working on this for, well, since 2013, really. And I'll explain a bit more about that. But just listening to the speakers and the breadth of knowledge and enthusiasm is so exciting. You know, a journey we started over 7 years ago is now showing up everywhere. You know, it's showing up in the EU, it's showing up in Australia, in Singapore, in now in Sub-Saharan Africa, and you know, all over the US. It's so exciting, and really privileged to be part of this conversation. There's so many things I could talk about, and I desperately wanted to jump in on some of the questions, and I'm going to try and touch on some topics that I heard earlier today about regulation, about experience, about privacy, but I'm going to do that through the lens of global travel and this idea of portable identity. So firstly, to say that I'm based in the UK. Our team is all over US, EU, some folks in India and around the world. We're decentralized. We don't have an office. And this slide really shows you the depth of experience and perspectives we have. So we were one of the co-authors. In fact, we heard about Drummond Reed, who's our Chief Trust Officer. He wrote most of the DID spec. Currently, we sit on the W3C working group, and we chair co-chair the working group on DIDs. And one of my favorite facts is the last time the W3C, you know, they look after HTML and things. The last time they had a working group on identifiers was the URL. So this really is kind of, it's coming, it's a real breakthrough for trust on the internet. We founded the Trust Over IP Foundation, the Good Health Pass Initiative, and Decentralized Identity Foundation. And for those who know anything about SSI, you'll know that those are really important organizations, but also foundational to how the ecosystem is going to work. I'm going to use the word open quite a lot in this conversation, and it's critical that every solution, every technology conversation, even policy, the solutions, the conversations are, you know, open by default. So open source, they're based on open standards and open governance. So let me touch on a bit about credentials first. I'm not going to cover what's already been said about kind of the SSI model here, nor on kind of what verifiable credentials are. But you know, the simple way of thinking about it is digitizing the bits of paper we already have, but giving them superpowers. So I can share one attribute from my whole academic record, or just my passport number. Or instead of sharing my date of birth, I can give you a yes or a no. Was I born before or after a certain date? It also means we can back them up. And if they're based on open standards, which not all are, but if they're based on open standards, then we can make them completely portable. So I can use them from finance to travel to healthcare to education and so on. So paper's fantastic. And there's a really important feature about paper, which we always overlook, which is it's private. I know that we want to digitize everything and get, you know, digital transformation really quickly, but actually the individual is in control of their bits of paper. And when someone says, hey, do you have something, you know, I need to prove who you are, here's my bit of paper. Oh, well, that's not good enough, you need to give me another bit of paper. And I can keep adding until we build trust. But as we've heard lots of times, it can't be verified easily, we can't share paper remotely, and so on. So the breakthrough is verifiable credentials controlled by the individual on their device. And I want to move us from a conversation from one of identity to one of verifiable credentials. And now I'm going to move us again on to one of digital wallets. Where do the credentials sit? And if we give individuals a digital wallet, either because they don't have a device and we can, you know, Lewin can talk at great length about this idea of cloud wallets and custodial wallets that others run for me, or we can run the wallet, as we like to describe, at the edge, so on the device. And that means there's no one else can turn it off. No one else can control it. Why that becomes really interesting is because we can put these credentials in a wallet and we can share biometrics. We can share traveler ID. We're going to share boarding passes, loyalty information. In a banking context, it could be my KYC data. It goes on and on and on. But because we've got this verifiable credential framework, we can mix and match sources. So someone could say, hey, do you have your passport number, not all the rest of it, plus your COVID test status, which is a yes or no, plus are you over 21, plus your boarding pass. And I can share all of those with one tap in one transaction. And we heard a bit about authentication. The kind of the funny way of expressing it is saying, look, instead of me logging into the organization, I want the organization to log into me. And that's what giving the individual a digital wallet makes possible. And we already have deployments with banks in the US where instead of having, you phone up and instead of saying, okay, please can I have your mother's maiden name and your date of birth, which by the way are publicly available information anyway, instead they can press a button on their side and your digital wallet wakes up and says, hey, are you on the phone to the contact center, yes or no? And I say yes, I tap yes, and that's it, I'm in. It takes 5 seconds. But I can also use that online. So instead of logging in with a username and password, I log in with my digital wallet, I press one button, it says, are you trying to log in? I say yes. So we just got rid of usernames and passwords, almost like as an accidental outcome by giving individuals a wallet. I'm going to skip through quite a lot of content now. We're going to share the slides, but I really would, I'd love to speak to anyone who wants to follow up and have a conversation about any of this, these concepts or ways of thinking about things. But I want to think about not only identity, not only credentials, not only wallets, but I'm going to take you one step further and say this isn't about sharing, in this case, traveler data. It's about a new digital relationship. So I can now create a connection. This is before we talk about credentials. I can create a connection privately and peer-to-peer with the government, and privately and peer-to-peer with the bank, and privately and peer-to-peer with the airline, or with the hospital, or with my school, or my last employer. And individuals become the center of the data sharing ecosystem. And just like paper, I can be given the digital credential, I'll hold it in my wallet, and then someone can ask me for it. It could be the bank, it could be, in this case, an airline. And we call the verifiers, the person asking for the data can check, well, who issued it? Was it given to you? Has it been changed or tampered with? And has it been revoked? And there's something I want to mention on this slide. Because we can do this on open standards, if I send an email to Meryl, I can use Gmail and she can use Outlook. And it just works because we agreed the email standard. The same thing needs to be true here. The government should be able to use the open source or whatever solution they want. I should be able to pick whichever wallet I want. That's my choice. And that can be completely portable. And the airline, maybe they're going through a digital transformation program with the consultancy, or they've taken a solution from Evanim, or one of the other amazing companies out there. It should all just work interoperably. There should be no lock-in. So we're not saying we've got to use a government system or a private sector system or a social system. It should all just work interoperably. This is the idea of mixing and matching data. And so I can prove my government credential, my airline credential, and then I can present them in one tap. In this case, my boarding pass, my passport to the airport. And again, the airport can check instantly who issued it to you. This is what Lewin's point earlier. Technology isn't solving the policy problem. It's not solving the discrimination problem. It's solving the verifiable data problem. We couldn't do this picture before because we couldn't trust where the data came from. Whereas now we can. We know who the data was given to and who it was given to. And the critical thing is there's no need to phone home. If you think about your paper driving license, when you go to prove, maybe your address or go to a bar or something to prove your age, the driving license authority don't know you've done that when it's with paper. It would be really weird if the government knew every time I presented my driving license. And so it doesn't need to be like that with digital. We should be able to have this open, decentralized ecosystem where anyone can participate and anyone can share anything about themselves without the kind of source identity providers knowing. And that is the difference between centralized identity and also federated identity. Those are the kind of buzzwords about identity, but there's always someone in the middle with those frameworks. We've been drawing this picture for 25 years, customer-centric, citizen-centric, but it's never been possible. There's always a product in the middle. There's always a platform in the middle. There's always a system in the middle. And now for the first time, we can put a digital wallet in the middle that the individual controls. So it's pretty self-explanatory to say that the opportunities here are massive. We can increase compliance because we don't over-collect data. We can create touchless customer experiences we've heard about today. We can, this becomes the rails, the platforms on which we can build digital transformation. We can reduce how much data we're collecting and get better quality data. We can create data flexibility. I can import data from other places. GDPR talks about data portability. Again, it's been really hard. You either spend 10 years in a workshop arguing about, is it day, month, year, or month, day, year. With now we get complete data portability across these ecosystems because the data's in the digital wallet. So look, I'm going to bring it to life very quickly with not only travel, but health data specifically, because travel's broken. Nobody's traveling anymore. Why are they not? Because we can't get into the country because we can't prove our health status. So yes, this talks about restarting global travel, but it's really about digital wallets and health data. So we need to turn this kind of paper document, in this case from Denmark, we're going to present it. We're seeing really long queues where I have to present it. Best case, it's for a restaurant. Long case, it's for 6 hours at the airport. Or I have this clumsy upload experience. I take a photo. So there's a whole movement to say, well, let's digitize the data. We can put in a QR code on our phone. But the problem is the data's inside the QR code. It's inside the data. It's inside the if I scan this, I actually get the attributes. And the problem is, well, first of all, that QR code is useful only for data, only for that one particular attribute or credential. Two, when someone scans it, I got to share everything. Number three, they usually contain unique serial numbers, which, by the way, DIDs do as well. And putting them in a central store or even a decentralized one like a blockchain is a bad idea. We don't want DIDs to be out and about. Nobody should know my DID. Instead, we should be able to create peer-to-peer connections that use them, but we're not involving blockchains. I won't kind of, you can read the rest of the slide, but the QR codes on their own aren't the right answer. But with a digital wallet, we get flexibility. We can put different data sources in there. Privacy is, this is the kind of one of the founding principles for Evonym. It's not just privacy by design, but privacy by default. There needs to be a good reason why it's not private. And I can do selective disclosure. I can share just some of the attributes, not all of them. The last, under private and secure, this last one is really important. Auditable sharing. With a digital wallet, with a QR code, I could put a yellow jacket on, like a high-vis jacket, and go to a car park at the airport or the school and just start scanning people's QR codes. And I don't know who's asking. With a digital wallet, I'm sharing it with this peer-to-peer connection, which means I have a record of every connection I've made. I've got a record of everything I've ever shared, but I've also got a record of everything that's been asked of me. And we heard earlier about, well, how do we avoid discrimination? How do we avoid some of the really terrible things that could happen once we digitize everything? Incentives and behaviors start to change when we know exactly who's asking for what. If I've got proof of who's asked me for something, I can now go and say, well, this person's asking for this data. And I shared it or I didn't. I can share the data remotely, which is exciting, and we'll talk about digital travel in a second. And open source, open standards is really critical, especially because if everyone is using Evonym, if we're the only provider in the world, we've gone really badly wrong. This should be an open, completely democratic, decentralized, accessible ecosystem where everyone can participate and new innovation can happen because new providers can join. Just like if I want to build a new email system, I can, and it'll just work with Gmail and Outlook out the box. There's been an explosion of standards and formats for health data. We are working with the IATA group, which is the International Air Travel Association. They represent 300 airlines. And they've said, we don't want the QR code approach. We want the digital wallet approach. Because guess what? In that wallet, I can put boarding passes and passports and biometrics and my passenger locator form. And it's under my control, and we can prove where it came from. So their vision wasn't about health data, it wasn't about credentials, it was about giving the individual control over their data so I can share it anywhere. Your face becomes your boarding pass, and I know who I've shared that with and when. This is the ecosystem. This is how travel is going to change. IATA are going to look at the passport and then issue me a verifiable credential, and that's going to stay on my wallet. So you can go to the IATA, sorry, the app stores right now, Google and Apple, and download the IATA Travel Pass, and you can get a verifiable passport from IATA. And that means every one of the attributes is individually signed and watermarked, which means I can share just some of them or none of them. We're working with a global network of labs and governments to get vaccine certificates, for example. And now they're under my control on my phone, not just as a QR code, but as signed verifiable credentials. And so I can go to an airline who's never heard of the lab I went to in Paris, and they can trust where the data came from because IATA approved the lab. Where this gets really interesting is, well, we can now add all sorts of other stuff. The vision was for a wallet, and we're just happened to be starting with COVID data because that's what's needed. But actually, we can now put all these things in and more. There's over 70 airlines trialing it at the moment, this IATA Travel Pass, this app, which really is a digital wallet. And IATA's built the app. It's just Evenim's got its digital wallet inside, and it's on the device. So let me kind of wrap up by saying a couple of things. You know, what could you be doing with digital wallets in this, what is, I think, a very, very exciting moment for South Africa and Africa generally about empowering citizens and customers with digital wallets? I want to touch on a few things about, you know, what we've really seen and learned. I can't emphasize this enough. Technology is only part of the solution. I would argue that for IATA, probably 25% of the answer. What's the rest? Well, who are the approved issuers? How do we know we can trust them? Because when you need your proof of address to open a bank account, the bank is relying on the electricity provider to have done their job properly. And that's what, you know, KYC regulatory frameworks are for, to make sure that the energy company is issuing an address properly. How do we know who's allowed to ask for what? What credentials will be in the ecosystem? What are the rules engines to decide this credential is okay or not? You know, this test provider is okay or not. No personal data on blockchains. I can't say it enough. DIDs are personal data, and therefore they should not be anywhere near a blockchain. They should be off-chain. The only thing that should be on a blockchain, and by the way, it's taken me, 18 minutes to get to the word blockchain, because we shouldn't be talking about blockchains. We should be talking about the value you create and the design principles on which the system's built. The data should be peer-to-peer. My DID should be peer-to-peer. The only thing we need a blockchain for is to prove who the issuers were, and that's organizations. I've mentioned auditability drives accountability. So who's asking for what? I now know that I can prove, hey, this online retailer is now asking for all this stuff, or this bouncer at this bar is asking for this stuff. May or may not be okay. And I can prove it to someone like the regulatory authority. We can have experience and, great experience and security. Before it's kind of, well, we make it seamless and we have open banking and we can log into stuff, but it's not secure or private. With the digital wallet, we get both. We get privacy, not just by design, which is great words, but we get it by default. You got to prove to me why you need more than just a yes or a no. Verifiable data isn't enough. We need digital wallets, and they may be, run by the UN if it's for refugees. And the UNHCR is doing some fantastic work on this. Or it might be run by a private company. But I get to choose. And I don't just take my data with me, I take all my relationships. Open source, open standards, open governance. We need to be able to trust this new ecosystem. There's no backdoors in the wallets to some intelligence officer in another country. So, coming back to Evenim, we've been doing this for quite a while, and we build tools. We're not the only provider in the world, and nor should we be. But we build, a solution that allows anyone to issue anything, an organization, and a digital wallet that you can, receive the data and then share it, and also an SDK, which and it's the wallet SDK. So putting a digital wallet inside a bank app, or inside a health app, or in IATA's case, they built a new app. So I've hit my 20 minutes. I really appreciate this is such a wonderful group, fantastic set of conversations that I think are touching on all the right questions and dimensions. So really happy to kind of hand over back to the facilitators.
Thanks so much, Jamie. That was really, really informative. Meryl, is your sound working now? And if I can't hear Meryl, then I'll go ahead and facilitate the next Q&A as well. Okay. So Jamie, I've been on the Evenum journey for quite a while now, and it's been really great to see how Evenum has progressed, to see that the roadmap has been delivered upon since 4 years ago, and to see the progress that the team has made. IATA really looks like a promising app that's out there. Nice to see your face again. And two questions that I have, and it's come up in a few other blockchain conversations as well. The one is, how does the layman know whether the apps are securely built? Because I download this thing, I've put my identity in so many places. How do I know if it's secure? And I have the same problem today, so it's not going to change, right? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I think there's 3 answers to that. It's a bit like saying, how do we know our browsers are secure? The answer is we don't until we have proof that they are. So number 1 is governance authorities. They're going to set, a bit like with KYC, how do I know this proof of address is okay and not that one? Well, it's come from a water company or electricity company or the council. We don't just accept Jamie's water company, right? So any ecosystem, including air travel, will say, well, these are the approved wallets. So governance is the kind of first one. And a government could say, here are approved wallet providers. And they could make sure they do annual audits and all that kind of good stuff. Secondly is organizations themselves. Some are going to be trustworthy and some are not going to be trustworthy. And that's a kind of consumer choice, citizen choice. And we make those decisions every day about which bank to use and which social media company to use. And thirdly, I think there's going to be a citizen response around citizen rights. There's going to be watchdogs. There's people saying, we're going to crawl all over these things. And you're going to get a credential that says, we've been approved by this cool watchdog, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, for example. And those kind of looking after championing citizen rights, they're going to create accreditation schemes and that kind of thing. So that's where I think the answer will come from. But we're early days.
Okay, it's 4 years in. It can't be early days still.
I think, and I mean that, I'm excited about where we're going and how fast we're going, but it really is 1995 on the web. This is as transformational as the cloud, as mobile phones, but it is early.
Yes.
We're not even at the end of the beginning.
Well, it's really exciting to be here early. I'm thoroughly enjoying the journey. So we have a question.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, we have another question from Talian Deal asking, Jamie, what have been your greatest learning in terms of overcoming barriers to entry globally?
Yeah, if somebody asked me two or 3 years ago, where should we start on wallets and SSI? I never would have said global travel and healthcare. The most regulated, the most decentralized, like globally, it's thousands of airports, hundreds of governments. It's crazy. I think the lessons have been keeping it really simple, solving a very specific use case and pain point, which is, oh, look, this airline's losing $10 million a day. So, how do we get people traveling again? Well, I need proof of health. I need proof of my health status. And I don't want a big database. The airline doesn't want my COVID status any more than they want my HIV status.
Yeah.
But guess what? With a verifiable credential, I can now share, do I have a COVID test, yes or no?
Yes.
So keeping it simple, policy and governance. Having some governing authority deciding who are the wallets, who are the issuers, What does bad behavior look like? How do we kick you out? None of which is technology. So they're the main ones for barriers to entry.
Okay, thanks so much for sharing that. I see we have two hands up. The one is Ivor and the other one is Louis. Louis, I'm going to go with Ivor's hand, even though he was later than yours, because you had your chance once, but we'll get to you after Ivor. Thanks, Ivor, over to you. Ivor's leaving me hanging here. Okay, Louis, you can unmute and go.
Hi there, thanks for a lovely presentation there. On verifying, the guys are mentioning that verification data needs to be off-chain if you go with a blockchain type system to manage the wallet and use it as a identifier. Now we've seen with, and sorry to bring this up, I might sound like a broken record, but again, we're looking at COVID and all the regulation around this COVID. However, just recently, the CPR test was declared a useless test, and I've seen huge development around access control and travel controls with regards to data obtained by using a totally flawed method. So I heard you mention the watchdog type scenarios that will start policing these verification silos. How do you prevent jumping the gun, like we clearly see which has happened with regards to this whole COVID fiasco? You cannot actually prove something that is, even if you've got some form of proof, which is not scientifically provable.
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. What I think you're asking is maybe it's garbage in, garbage out. Like if
yes, 100%. Garbage in, garbage out. UIP.
So it can come from a verifiable source, but what if the data is not valuable or you know, it's verifiable, but from a source that's not right? So the really short answer to that is the verifier, the organization requesting the data, can decide what they want to ask for. And that could include which source it came from, but they should only do that in the context of policy. What is receiving a certificate of vaccine is only useful if we know which vaccines we've approved. Is it Jamie Vax? That's not approved. I could issue that credential today to my wallet. I can go and set it up. I work at Evanim, but Jamie Vax isn't one of the approved ones. And so we're back to policy. Yes. About what is approved. So that's the answer. It's a short answer, and I want to make sure we have time to discover some of the other areas. But really happy to follow up offline if people want to talk about that.
Yeah, we can do it offline.
I'd also like to add, Jamie, you know, one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle is that governance setup. And I think as we move into the next couple workshops, it is the piece of the puzzle that we need to crack. So any help, I know it will come via Lohan from you, but any help will be useful on our journey as well, please.
I want to point the group to trust over IP. And Luhan's an expert on this as anyone. And the idea that it's not just wallets should be interoperable or even credential exchange, but policy should be interoperable. Meaning, I arrive in South Africa as Jamie, I want to open a bank account. How do we know we can trust the credentials I bring with me? That's a fantastic idea. I've got my wallet now. Well, how can we trust the issuing authority in the UK? So we need not just blockchain interoperability, wallet interoperability, but we need policy interoperability. We talk about trust frameworks, governance frameworks. Have a look at trust over IP, and that's something we co-founded 2018 with MasterCard and Accenture and IBM and the Canadian government and a whole bunch of folks to say, how do we understand where interoperability needs to happen? And I think one of the things that really fantastic about IATA, they're a standards body, so they kind of brought the governance out the box, and they've built an amazing governance framework based on trust over IP. So it's trustoverip.org, and Luan's one of the experts on that, but I'm sure we could help too.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Let's see if Meryl can unmute now. Meryl?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're here.
Yeah, I've actually switched over to my phone. No idea what's happening on my laptop. I don't have any more questions, and you know, I'm thinking let's rather continue with the session unless there are any burning questions from anyone else.
Meryl, we have one from Ivor.
Okay, is that to yeah, and can I ask Louis, please mute yourself and put your hand down. Thanks. Okay, Ivor.
So Ivor's mic is also not working. He says with commercial digital wallets, what has been experienced in terms of national identity system collaboration or single source of truth?
Yeah, the magic question, and underneath that question is actually, how do we start the ecosystem? Because chicken and eggs, we need people with wallets that have credentials in them, and then we can go and use them places, but we also need to find the strategic issuers, if you like, the anchor issuers. And one of those would be national identity systems. We think centralized or federated identity systems, the one we already have, are fantastically well placed to issue credentials into digital wallets. But we know how governments work, and they take a long time, and they will be relatively risk averse. And so we need to balance having, you know, government endorsement and progress with making progress on the back of what they're doing. And I think the digital identity providers, some of the forward-thinking providers who are, you know, they can take a photo of your national ID, that kind of thing. They're working with us to issue those as verifiable credentials. So we won't have root identity from governments. Canada might be one of the first, but governmentally, I think it's going to be those private sector companies who use artificial intelligence and clever wizardry to check my driving license is a good one, and they will be able to issue a verifiable credential to me. So we're working with identity providers and those kind of organizations, because then we can kickstart the ecosystems. But we will get there. I'm confident that you know, governments will run their own solutions from the open source, as they should. Don't rely on a 30-person, you know, startup. Build your own tools from scratch. And if you want to go quickly and do rapid POCs and that kind of thing, there's some fantastic companies out there. But governments will want to run their own solutions on open standards, and so they should. And it's just that's going to take a while.
Okay, thanks very much, Jamie. Hopefully everyone can still hear me. I think let's go on to the next couple of speakers. We've got two more speakers, mostly to kind of just close things down a bit. We've heard from government, we've heard from industry, we've heard from researchers and fintechs. And what we've asked is, we've asked the well-respected Mark Brits to summarize what he gets from today's sessions and the learning that he's got, and also to give us a bit of input from the financial sector perspective. So a bit of info about Mark. Mark works for the Banking Association of South Africa, or BASA, where he currently heads up the Prudential Division, engaging standard setters, policymakers, regulators and supervisors, both domestically and abroad, on the changing world of banking. He's also the Executive Director of the Centre of Excellence in Financial Services, a think tank that produces research on issues of interest to the financial sector. So Mark, it's over to you.
So thanks very much. I'll show you my face so that I can shut it down again, and maybe you can just listen to my voice as I try and do the summary. So thank you very much for giving me this task. We began this morning with Mr. Tulani Mavuso from the Department of Home Affairs, and he reminded us that in December of 2020, an official identity management policy was released, where the Department of Home Affairs becomes the official or sole provider of identity, with an objective to move towards a single view of citizens through government. Intergovernmental collaboration to integrate systems digitally, providing benefits of tracking people that overstay their visas, such as asylum seekers, etc. Manage migration at ports of entry, capturing biometrics as people arrive, are all part of this vision. Death registration will be mandatory, something that has not been available in the past, improving the overall understanding of government and their population, and reconfirmed the golden source of identity as being the Department of Home Affairs and Government. We then moved on to Mr. Imran Patel, who talked about the Department of Science and Innovation's published white paper in 2019, which acknowledged the rapid change in digital technologies since 1996. Innovation has now become core to both private and government operations, and the Department of Science and Innovation is targeting development in areas where the take-up of applications such as blockchain can be developed in terms of capacity for local benefits, offering a partnership for government to develop deep capability to support stakeholders from the private sector. An important factor is raised as developing local skills. Technology governance is critical, and they look to the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution to apply their minds to this challenge. We moved on to Mr. Ian Putter, and where the disruption to financial services is recognized at all levels and is common across the world. Digital identity is a cornerstone of all these digital initiatives, and with financial services often established in silos, creating difficulties for a holistic single view. Banking costs to manage KYC are increasing as expectations of banks being the center of monitoring for terrorism, financing, etc. increases. As banks move to platform businesses, self-sovereign identity becomes a critical enabler to rapidly move towards a trusted identity, allowing even machine-to-machine transactions to be brought into the ecosystem. The ecosystem needs to grow, and with banks having high trust features, a golden source becomes an important facilitator of the movement towards ecosystems outside of the banking products to facilitate medical, education, tax collection, etc. Removing the paper-based approach is key to reducing costs and increasing efficiency through collaboration and integration of pocket wallets and their many cards to digital wallets. We moved on to Loan Spies, who noted that paper-based documents, when used, are ultimately digitalized and then verified. Breaches of personal information through centralized storage of data will continue, and a paradigm shift to decentralized information under the control of the owner of the data is required. Adopting technology to solve for digital identity that will unlock more use cases will drive adoption, but there's no space in South Africa for siloed approaches. We need an open architecture with neutrality, not just a financial solution, removing silos for adoption. Transparency in government and open source is critical, with sovereignty remaining in the hands of the owner of the data. Competition is not the single focus, as collaboration is key, and he coined the phrase competition as a new phrase to be considered. Government and the private sector must come together on the SSI platform because collaboration is the key. He noted there are skills in South Africa, and we need to promote education and opportunities for domestic use thereof. We moved on to Max Sokolich and Mohir Gandhi. Mohir noted the latest trend is away from paper-based, including money. Tokens are being issued to authenticate the citizen, and using a digital identity, allowing citizens in India, for example, to be vaccinated. He recognized that in China has moved to facial identity for retail purchasing transactions, giving new use cases for digital, not thought about before being implemented. Max Sokolich shared some of the learnings in the digital identity program in South Africa. Digital identity can provide benefits, especially with the COVID outcome of an increase in e-commerce, with citizens moving to digital payments. There is an opportunity to collaborate, and BankServe with PwC have brought together a digital identity community. Interviews, questions, focus group discussions have been documented and socialized with the community, which includes regulators, fintechs, and policymakers as the digital identity community emerged. With a hybrid of both centralized and decentralized approaches, the immediate beneficiaries of the current program will be finance, medical, and government. They have explored eKYC and digital onboarding, including digital signatures and so forth, and a digital identity report is to be released towards the end of the month. Discussions then moved to legal, and Narushka Bowman reminded us how in recent days people forced to leave Kabul without documentation could be assisted through digital identities. Another area is KYC, where proof of residence is an impediment to participating in the economy, and digital identity can remove this requirement using a thumbprint. It will require changes in legal framework and collaboration between various government departments. Ashland Perumal noted there are 3 legal areas to consider in digital identity. It includes human rights law, where identity basically participates. Here we look at equality and full inclusivity as a key requirement. Constitutive laws, such as in India, provide a legislative requirement for Adaha for Indians. And regulatory laws, such as PAPIA and biometric information, how it is processed to promote ethical use of data, is a key consideration in designing any technology solution. Identity is your existence in the legal system, while an identifier identifies you within a context. Regulation of identity is fragmented and requires a contextual approach. A relationship with the state through birth, ID card, passport, for travel and death, while in the private sector, we focus on commercial transactions. What is important is the South African legal system is moving from a centralized and federated model of existence, where the legal system currently is, but society has moved towards user-centric and self-sovereign, leaving the body of law behind. The trust framework is key, and consumers' protection must be acknowledged. The question of liability for service providers holding identity information and the quality of that information may be confirmed eventually through common law. Assurance will be key, and interoperability another concern for the legal fraternity. Cybercrime and identity theft, digital signatures, anti-money laundering are all current issues and based on laws of dignity, autonomy, and self-determination. Nelly Dlamini expanded on verifiable credentials on person's device or personal cloud vault under the control of the user. Expanded on the ecosystem that creates and uses verifiable credentials, with examples in academia stored on a digital wallet, enabling the individual to disclose only what is required, such as age, limiting information that has been verified to be shared. Sutambile Mtwetwa spoke to their skills tracker being developed at the CSIR, a lifelong skills history, including massive open online courses under the control of the learner, digitized and authenticated and internationally acceptable. A new system needs to be developed, and verifiable credentials will be a critical component of this. Not only PAPIA, but GDPR will need to be included. Standardization will also form an important condition for its success. John O'Connor introduced us to a number of activities being undertaken within a decentralized offering, and some of the lessons learned in their digital transformation for Ethiopia. Our identity is being created for students at school level, incorporating national identity numbers. The Ministry of Education can get information across the country and intervene or invest as necessary, and students can monitor their performance to ensure they get the best possible jobs when leaving school. School records can be lost, and through this digital identity initiative, it is possible to keep your history. Jamie Smith emphasized the openness of open source, open standards, open governance, and the superpowers attributable to digitalizing paper. Moving into a digital wallet means credentials can be shared, like a boarding pass, together with COVID status, etc., in one request. The organization can connect directly with the person. By the organization connecting directly, Usernames and passwords are removed in the engagement, providing a private peer-to-peer experience. He referred to the email standard between Gmail and Outlook, which is seamless, and this is what is required for interoperability, seamless with no lock-in. This policy solves for trust and provides verifiable data. The government does not need to know every engagement, and a digital wallet provides the first time a customer-centric approach can be achieved. With travel, the QR code is useful for a single use and cannot restrict the amounts of information supplied by the QR code, and a digital wallet is an improvement with privacy guaranteed. The peer-to-peer connection is recorded and becomes auditable. Behavior may change when you have a record of your information sharing. You are able to provide it to the regulatory authority if boundaries are exceeded. IATA is looking at digital wallets rather than QR codes to give the individual control of the data with the person's face being the boarding pass. IATA will issue a travel pass, which is already downloadable, as a wallet with several opportunities to expand. Opening a bank account requires proof of address and the electricity company that is relied upon, a question can be asked as to whether they're doing a good enough job so that they can verify the individual. Then from there, we move on to some financial sector perspectives from my part. The three of my favorite subjects under the future of digital are digital invoicing, central bank digital currencies, and digital identity. And of the three, digital identity is no longer the future. From the chat, we need to focus on embedding the technology first before we can begin solving for financial inclusion and other areas. Once we have something to work with, then we may have new tools to focus investment that can be channeled. Climate change, for example, did not begin with the poor. Managing expectations in terms of blockchain, SSI, is only one alternative. There are others, and interoperability is key to create an ecosystem if we are to leverage their benefits. We cannot be precious about the technology or desire an annuity income from our investment. Digital identity must transform the user experience and give us more than a paper-based existence. Government must support the private sector. There is a place for government as a golden source, but there is a place for the old school of a commission of oaths, and it is useful to position digital identity as a digital equivalent to the commission of oaths, creating enough space for a digital identity to succeed. We need a commercial reality like fraud, where there's an ecosystem within our control to begin embedding the principles and testing the processes within government's existing legal framework. We also need those that can to become an ambassador for change within your organization and in your community. Everybody likes to talk confidently, and you need a common platform to exchange views and build a movement for change. And with that, we want to be able to use your enthusiasm and your connectivity to be able to change the dialogue from a dream of digital identity to the harsh realities that we are already moving towards it, and it is imminent and inevitable. Anushka, I give you back 6 minutes.
Mark, Fritz, I'm always so in awe of the gems that you drop. I'll pick them up with with much appreciation. So thank you so much for your wise words again, Mark. You know, definitely we have this community going, and we can make digital identity a reality in the not so distant future. So thank you so much, Mark, for joining us and for giving us such a comprehensive summary of today's proceedings and talks, and for leaving us with your gems. We really appreciate you. So before I hand over to Dr. Nsibane Ntlatlapa, who heads up the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in South Africa, I would like to thank each of our speakers as well as the organizers for setting up and executing an excellent digital identity information sharing session. These sessions will help our attendees make a more informed decision to participate in future workshops, initiatives, and sessions. So I hope that all of you that are listening in and that will listen to this YouTube recording in the future will find some value in it and will help us move this digital identity reality forward. Dr. Ntlatlapa will now share our call to action with you and then conclude today's sessions. So on behalf of the South African Financial Blockchain Consortium, I'd just like to say thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to Meryl and Dr. Ntlatlapa and everyone who made this session really valuable and added to all of our learnings today. So without further ado, over to you, Dr. Ntlatlapa. I can see your slides, but I cannot hear you.
Yeah, thanks. The machine here was taking quite a long time to unmute me, but I suppose you can hear me now.
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Over to you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thanks everyone. I had prepared a whole lot of slides, 50 slides worth for today, but I think everybody has covered everything that I could have said, including the call to action. But I'll just highlight a few things that we will do here. The initial thing that I wanted to just start with was just to highlight a little bit in terms of what the South African Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution is, but Imran had already covered that. But I'll highlight a little bit around there. So the center, whilst it's an initiative of the government, it's actually a multi-stakeholder hub that actually works with the companies, some of the frameworks that we will be working with together with our partners, the World Economic Forum and all other partners, would be focused on what the private sector really requires, but there are some that would be focused on the government. So with the understanding that the governance doesn't sit only with the government, but it could also sit with all sectors. But the center itself is managed by the CSIR, so you'll see that my email and everything else will go to the CSIR, whilst it's an independent entity that has partnership with the World Economic Forum, with the Department of Science and Innovation, and we are forging ahead with looking for the partners from the industry. Now, what I would just want to just highlight and maybe just linking to some extent to what Imran has highlighted. Imran has highlighted that the department is looking towards the C4IR as a way, as a leader in the technology governance. So they're looking for that leadership there. So the center actually was formed. One of the key things is to be able to build that national capability in technology governance, but also to create this collaborative platform. Thirdly, one of the things that we have been set up to do is to be able to showcase the inclusive digital transformation. So we would know that as we have heard that with the financial sector, they may have already moved faster. But in other sectors where you may actually have a lot of the SMEs, you'd find that the bigger companies will move ahead of them. So the center is set up to be able to showcase that digital transformation for the SMEs and help them get to that. So we are building strong capabilities in the center to be able to support that particular side. Now, the focused areas would be around the data. We're talking about the data policy and a few technologies that are around that. And today, the technology that has been talked about a little bit more was blockchain, but the ideas around the artificial intelligence have come through in some of the discussion. And obviously, with all of that, we also highlight the Internet of Things as has been an indication here as the identities would be sitting on those things that will be connected through the internet and so on. So these are the linked technologies that we are initially focusing on, and we're looking at different sectors around that. So what I wanted to just have covered, I just want to highlight that I perhaps in my preparation had highlighted what has been achieved today, and the previous speaker has done that very well. So I won't try to redo what he has done. But what I want to just highlight here is that it's clear that from the government, there's a move towards digitizing the identity and having the digital identity program there. But it is also clear from the private sector that there are a lot of initiatives there. And what is emerging with all of this that we have highlighted is that the traditional, the identity management, as has been highlighted from the new policy, that you will have a single and a centralized source of that information. And the discussion around the self-sovereign identity is on the other side, where it's decentralized. And the question has always been whether is there a middle way that can actually get all of this together. Unfortunately, in the discussions today, and some speakers have highlighted that as hybrid, and some have highlighted the middle way in different formats, such as looking at what is called the federated. You have the centralized, federated, and open markets that are closer to the self-sovereign identity. Because there are so many models, it then says to us that we need to find a model that works for us. The centralized model could be one, but it may not necessarily be the only one, so or also the correct one. So we need to find a way to get to the model that works for everyone. So the call to action here is to basically, work on what we already have, and we have established the need, and it is clear that we can have the opportunity here to work together, and has been highlighted as well to do that. What I wanted to highlight was what is there. The slides doesn't really show me exactly what I wanted to do. So I wanted us to highlight that we can work through the phases here. I think today we have learned that the assessment of the gaps that are there has been done across with many speakers. From the legal framework, it's been there. And from other sources, it's been there. It's been clear that there are those areas. What we just need to do is just to capture those and maybe share the information that we have. So we are looking forward to the report that the BankServ is going to put forward on that, but also the inputs that can come from the legal, legal presentations that we have had. So that could already be completed very quickly after the report of this particular session. What then may be the case would be to say, can we come together to then have a core community that can work together to support this type of project, where we will bring in what is already being done in government, what is already being done from the private sector, and look at the gaps that we have and say, what is it that we can be able to do, assess the models that are there, what could work within our case, and then deploy that in a smaller area where it could be perhaps the financial sector, as they have already started, deploy that particular model in that particular sense and review that model. And then final stage be to look at how that model could be scaled across the whole country. So what would happen is that it might be the case that some of the things are already covered by the current laws, so we don't have to change any laws. Where there are gaps, where there's a need to change the laws, then that particular process will also be informed by the testing, the deployment in a smaller area that we will have done. It will also inform that particular process. So the center can facilitate that. Blockchain, SANBA is already our partner that we have agreed that we will work on this together. The South African Financial Blockchain Consortium is also is one of those. We will be calling upon those who might want to join us in this particular journey to work together on this journey through a particular model that we can then use. We could actually do this very quickly. These 4 phases, we can complete them within the next 6 months. So this is basically the call that we would like to make. I can go in details to go through the methodology in details, but I think this is the highlight of what I would like us to consider from this particular session. So you can reach us. There are already contacts that have been given from the partners that are hosting this session. From the C4IR, those are the contacts. I'm the center head for the C4IR South Africa. You can contact me through my direct email, but also you can send the communication through the essays C4IR at csir.co.za. So I think what is important now is an indication of those that may want, that would like to join the initiative, so that in the next month or so, we can then call the next session that will then start to consider the outcomes of this session and say what kind of options should we look for that will then encourage the innovation as we build towards the digital identity for the country. I think it's also very important to highlight that as we build the digital identity for ourselves here as a country, we should also be looking out to say how do we then link up with other initiatives on the African continent and provide the leadership towards that, particularly in the face of the fact that the 54 of the 55 African countries have actually signed the accord to establish the free trade area. So if we are going to be trading as a single trading bloc, it is quite important that whatever we come up with from the digital identity perspective, it is interoperable with our partners across the continent in order for us to be able to build this single trading bloc. Okay, thanks Anushka and thanks Meryl for the leadership of this session today. I will return back to one of you to finally conclude. I hope the call to action was clear, and people can start to, to register for the next engagement. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Nhlatlapa. Yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to everyone who attended. I mean, we've had an amazing attendance. There's obviously a huge appetite and there's huge passion amongst the community, amongst government, amongst the private sector, to actually look at what we can do to kind of start kind of eating this elephant one bite at a time. I mean, what I also wanted to say is what we need to remember as well, there's a different way to eat an elephant. You don't necessarily want to eat it one bite at a time, because sometimes that just takes too long. So for me, when I say we need to eat this elephant, it means that we actually need to get specialists that focus on different parts of the elephant. And I think that's what we mean by saying, no one entity can do this alone. let's look at how we can eat this elephant together simultaneously and do it really quickly as much as is possible. So, as I said, thank you very much. I've posted on the chat, I've posted the next an invitation to join the next digital identity planning workshop. This will be a working session. It's not going to be open to every single person out there. We will, we will kind of look at the what each potential collaborator can bring. We don't want, if you've just heard about blockchain, you want to actually be part of the workshop. So this will very much be a working and a planning session that will focus on what the next steps are. What should we focus on as a country? What's the potential for this technology? And how can we actually make a difference as a digital identity, I don't know, action group, I guess we can call ourselves. So thanks everyone once again. It's been an amazing experience. Thanks to everyone who helped organize this. Thanks to the speakers and thanks to everyone who participated. Bye everyone.
Thanks so much, Meryl. Thanks everyone. Have a lovely weekend further and please stay safe.
Yep, get vaccinated. It's now open to over 18, so get vaccinated.
Really?
You really want us to get vaccinated? Really?
See you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We have to get vaccinated so we can play around with the passport apps, the health pass apps.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a pity we jumped the gun on so many decisions. I just hope we don't jump the gun on the ID decisions going forward. If you look at the impact on the poor in the country, which I look like I was the only one really representing the poor, no consideration has been given to the poor for the last, 18 months?
It's a difficult one.
Yeah.
In our talk of SSI, we've been always thinking like, what happens to the technologically disenfranchised, and there's always just the hope that the world will eventually advance to the point where even the poor will be given a cell phone as perhaps a rite of passage, a rite of citizenship, some kind of state-sponsored device, or maybe.
Yeah, I've always promoted the idea to not spend 400 Rand on a stupid green ID and rather give the person a cell phone so that he can be a functional person in society.
Very, very valid point. It's cost the same.
Exactly, even less if you buy a quantity, and then you can upscale it to a manufacturing facility locally and provide jobs and a device. No, I think we don't ask the hard questions often enough, and unfortunately, most of the time when these decisions are made, most of the decision makers are financially incentivized to follow a certain path. We can see it clearly now with this whole COVID fear. So, the poor is being neglected here, and nobody's actually giving a shit.
Taking your points there, Louis.
Yeah. In any case, I'm all for the digital transformation. I think digital ID should have been something that we should have been used to by now. I just find bureaucracies and slow procedural movement is really killing not only progress but economical advancement. We're sitting here in Africa as if we don't know nothing. People laughing at us around the world as a continent, and we have to correct this. I mean, it's a wonderful continent, beautiful people, continent with the best weather, and the mineral resources of all continents. So I don't know why we battle so much.
I think the reality is that the people that are working on it are much more further ahead than you think. We just haven't been visible enough externally.
No, look, I'm not referring to you, to this particular project. I'm referring to the last 25 years.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Any case, guys, have a good one. It was very informative. Yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
See you guys on the next.
Thanks. Bye, Louis. Bye, Gary.
Bye.